Chapter 213. Yu Wanfeng watched as Yu Yoshin and the other three were swept to the ground like garbage by the little guy. He couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Then, Yu Wanfeng wanted to slap himself. If he could give the Yuanying magic tool to Yu Yoshin and the others, then why couldn't Lin Feng? However, what was still unexpected was that Lin Feng directly gave the bronze void cauldron to the little guy and let the little guy completely refine it so that it would belong to the little guy. This made him speculate about Lin Feng's strength. He doesn't take the Yuanying magic tool seriously and casually gave it to his disciple. This person's cultivation is probably far above the Yuanying stage. If this is the case, even my Yu family will have to be cautious. Although Yu Wanfeng's mind was filled with many thoughts, it was only a moment before he came back to his senses because something that almost made him go crazy happened in front of him. After the little guy knocked over Yu Yoshin and the other three, he looked at the temporarily out-of-control mysterious underworld banner and smiled. Yet this thing is not bad. I want it. While speaking, the little guy controlled the bronze void cauldron and spat out a green light. It directly swept up the mysterious underworld banner and put it into the cauldron. Yu Wanfeng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Little bastard, you're courting death. He used his magic power to communicate with the mysterious underworld banner and wanted to come out of the bronze void cauldron. Yu Wanfeng was the true owner of the mysterious underworld banner. The mysterious underworld banner was his life magic tool, so the two of them were incomparably close. His cultivation was also far higher than the little guy's. With this summon, the mysterious underworld banner was about to break the imprisonment of the bronze void cauldron. At this time, Lin Feng chuckled. This thing will be the prize of this battle. While laughing, Lin Feng pointed with his finger and a purple aura turned into a small world that supported the bronze void cauldron. The disturbance caused by the mysterious underworld banner in the cauldron immediately quieted down and was suppressed. The little guy hugged the bronze void cauldron and smiled. I said you're mine, so you're mine. Yu Wanfeng was angered to the point smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He couldn't care about anything else as he roared madly. All the magic power in his body surged violently, transforming into piercingly cold air that pounced towards Xiao Badian. Seeing this, Miao Shihao chuckled. We are old sweethearts. We should get closer. As he spoke, Miao Shihao had already stepped forward bravely, bringing Xiao Badian back and blocking Yu Wanfeng's path at the same time. You thing that's neither a man nor a woman, get out of my way. Yu Wanfeng shouted, and the Xianming true water gushed out, turning into endless ice. Miao Shihao did not use the reflective mirror this time, nor did he use the Adumbra's spell. Instead, he chuckled and said, Unfortunately, you will be the one to piss off in the end. He made an orchid gesture with his right hand and pointed it at Yu Wanfeng's Xianming true water. Immediately, a surging stream of water greeted it. Of the 4 arts of illusionary flower, reflection, water art, surging waves water. This is the spell that Miao Shihao cultivated with the first sky water. Lin Feng watched this scene with interest. He saw that Yu Wanfeng's Xianming true water crashed into Miao Shihao's vast wave spell and was instantly dispelled into nothingness. As Yu Wanfeng shouted angrily, the Xianming true water continuously attacked Miao Shihao, but was easily dispelled by Miao Shihao's vast waves. The eyes of Yang, Tonghui, Wu Yunliang, and the others also lit up. Everyone knew that true monarch mirror flower, Miao Shihao had 2 ultimate skills, the reflective mirror and the Adumbra's flower. This was also the origin of his honorific title. Today, however, Miao Shihao had displayed a brand new spell. This spell seemed ordinary, but the mysterious power contained within it caused everyone present to shiver inwardly. Even the Xianming true water, one of the 6 great true waters in the world, could not surpass it. The power of Miao Shihao's vast waves was evident. Could it be that Miao Shihao's spell can dispel all spells into nothingness? Lin Feng guessed. Then he saw Miao Shihao's vast waves finally turn from defense to offense, rushing towards Yuan Feng. At this moment, Yuan Feng had also regained his composure. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly used the Xianming True Water to protect himself. The blue ice soul was like an ice castle, firmly protecting Yuan Feng, inside. However, the seemingly indestructible castle was like a pile of sand in front of the surging waves. With just one wave, it collapsed. Even Yuan Feng, who was dumbfounded inside, was also swept to the left and right. "Sixth brother, this is too ugly." A cold voice suddenly sounded, and a spatial crack appeared beside Yuan Feng. An old man with a goatee and a gloomy and cold expression stepped out of the spatial crack. With a raise of his hand, a vast amount of Xianming True Water turned into a barrier blocking the vast waves that were forcing Yuan Feng into a sorry state. The drenched Yuan Feng had an awkward expression. Fifth brother, hearing such a form of address, even if he had never seen this old man with a goatee, Lin Feng knew this person's identity. The other Yuanying ancestor of the Yu clan, Yu Qianshan, was respectfully addressed as fifth great-uncle by the disciples of the clan. His magical power and magical abilities were above Yuan Feng's, having already reached the middle stage of the Yuanying stage. But at this moment, Lin Feng's attention was not completely on him. With a thought, Lin Feng turned his head to look at the distant horizon. There, the void suddenly opened, and 3 sword lights flew out. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of everyone. The person in the lead was a young man dressed in a hemp robe with a cold expression. He was the great sword cultivator of the Yuanying stage of Shu Mountain, Kong Chang. On Kong Chang's left, there was a sword light in the form of a green cloud. After it stopped, its figure was revealed. It was a refined old man. And on Kong Chang's right, there was a sword light that was like a blazing flame. From within the flames, a middle-aged man with a rough face walked out with his head held high. Seeing them, Yang Tonghui faintly frowned, introducing to Lin Feng. That hemp robe youth is the head disciple of the Li Xiong sword branch of Shu Mountain, Li Xiong True Lord Kong Chang. That old man is the Cellerita's sword sect's ancestor Qing, Hao. His cultivation is extremely high, and his seniority in the Cellerita's sword sect is also extremely high. That middle-aged man is the Blaze sword sect's ancestor, Flying Fire. Lin Feng faintly nodded his head. He still remembered 2 years ago when he had just taken Xiao Yan in as his disciple in Wuzhou City. He once had some dirty dealings with the Blaze sword sect, even though in the end it was that golden elixir period elder of the Blaze sword sect who was defeated by Lin Feng using tricks, but for the Qi disciple stage Lin Feng at that time. That was one of the few dangerous moments after he came to this world. As for the Cellerita's sword sect, Lin Feng subconsciously turned his head to look at Xiao Yan. Indeed, he saw that Xiao Yan's fists were lightly clenched. Wu Yunliang and Meng Chaoren looked at each other. Meng Chaoren lightly shook his head. Xianmen Tianzong is probably going to be bad this time. There are more and more enemies. Hearing this, Wu Yunliang deeply agreed. The moment Kong Chang appeared, his 2 sword-like sharp gaze swept across everyone's faces, finally stopping on Lin Feng. He was secretly surprised in his heart. Just what is this person's cultivation? I actually can't see through it at all. But as a sword cultivator, he has always been fearless. His eyes stared straight at Lin Feng, coldly saying, "You are that master of the Xian Gate, Lin Feng?" Kong Chang's divine sense swept out and immediately heard the surrounding discussions. His eyebrows instantly raised. In the same realm, your Xianmen Tianzong disciples are invincible in fights? What big words. He slowly pulled out the long sword from his waist. holding it flat in front of his chest. In that case, I, Kong Chang of Shu Mountain, wish to fight with you. Do you dare to accept? The surrounding people were all in an uproar. Although they already knew that Shu Mountain sword cultivators were domineering and direct, but they didn't expect Kong Chang to directly challenge Lin Feng as soon as he appeared. Yang Tonghui frowned and said, "Brother Kong, it's going to be the opening day of Xianmen Tianzong soon. Isn't it too disrespectful for you to choose this time to challenge?" Kong Chang replied expressionlessly, "We sword cultivators talk about the way of the sword, not etiquette. You don't even understand this principle. The heavenly sword sect has really been corrupted by a comfortable life." Yang Tonghui's eyes narrowed. Suddenly a cold light flashed. Elder Qingwei, who was beside Kong Chang, took a step forward at this time and said lightly, "Tonghui, we all belong to the Nine Heaven Sword Alliance. We are of the same branch. Don't hurt the harmony." Yang Tonghui's face darkened. Standing opposite Elder Qingwei, they were both silent. Kong Nanhua suddenly said, "True Immortal Yang speaks righteously, and I, Xianmen Tianzong, am deeply moved." He took a step forward, looked at Kong Chang calmly, and said lightly, "If my sect leader makes a move, he will be suspected of bullying the weak. Since true Immortal Yang insists on fighting, I will accompany you." Kong Chang snorted coldly. "You—" On the other side, Elder Feihua laughed. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's fight first." In the midst of his laughter, his whole body turned into a fiery light across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Kong Nanhua. The blazing flames dyed half the sky red, and the cold brought by Yu Wanfeng's Xianming true water disappeared in an instant. Everyone felt as if they were in a furnace. Kong Nanhua didn't care at all, but as if nothing had happened, he flicked his finger, and a water droplet flew into the air, just in time to meet Elder Feihua's fiery sword light. At first, Elder Feihua didn't care, but when the tip of his sword touched the water droplet, he immediately discovered the problem. The water droplet suddenly exploded, and the seemingly small droplet instantly turned into a lake. The huge amount of water made people gasp in amazement. Kong Nanhua flicked his finger repeatedly, and one water droplet after another met Elder Feihua's sword light. All the water droplets exploded and merged together as if the four seas were pouring down, and the Milky Way was flowing backwards. Primordial true water. Elder Feihua came from a large sect and was very knowledgeable, so he immediately recognized Kong Nanhua's magical power. He didn't dare to meet it head-on, and immediately retreated on his sword light. No matter who it was an extremely stupid choice to fight a battle of attrition with an enemy who was at the same level as him, but had cultivated the primordial true water. Seeing this, Kong Chang's eyes brightened. "Good, you do have the ability to fight with me." After saying this, the originally ordinary Kong Chang's body suddenly emitted a shocking sharpness, as if his whole body was a sword. An unsheathed divine sword that was about to split the heavens and the earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kong Chang's hemp robe was completely torn apart, and boundless, extremely bright light shot out from his body. Countless rays of sword light instantly filled the world where he was. Kong Chang's whole body turned into a sword of light, filled with killing intent, and he attacked Kong Nanhua like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Shushan's Li Meng sword weapon only used one sword in a battle of magical powers to kill. Usually, the myriad of sword chi would be hidden in one's body, and one would have to endure the endless pain of being sliced by thousands of blades. Before harming the enemy, one would first injure oneself. However, in the instant that the sword was drawn, all the sword chi and spiritual power in one's body would burst forth, and it would be extremely sharp. At this moment, when Kong Chang used it, it was even more shocking. Everyone's gaze was focused on Kong Nanhua. The Li Meng sword weapon lives up to its name. Kong Nanhua's expression did not change when facing Kong Chang's sword. He only sighed softly. In the next instant, the sand of the Ganges River and the primordial true water appeared in front of him. Chapter 214. Facing Kong Chang's ferocious sword, Kong Nanhua's palms came together, and the two great mystiques, Ganges sand and primordial true water, activated together. A grain of Ganges sand and a drop of primordial true water combined, and then countless grains of sand and water fused together to form a shield in front of Kong Nanhua. The shield was a perfect circle, and the surface of the shield was covered with runes that looked like rivers. Each river was connected to each other and seemed to flow without stopping. It was impossible to tell where the source was and where the end was. It seemed endless. Kong Nanhua had fused the power of the primordial chaos true water into her original Ganges river sand shield, transforming it into an indestructible Ganges river immemorial shield. Seeing Kong Nanhua's Ganges primordial true water, Lin Feng was no longer worried for him. Kong Nanhua's original Ganges sand shield had the property that even if it was broken by the enemy's first wave of attacks, the scattered quicksand could quickly reform and continue to defend against the enemy's attacks. But since it could be broken, it meant that it still had a weakness. A defense made purely of Ganges sand was not thick enough. Now that it had been merged with primordial true water, its toughness instantly increased by a level. When Kong Nanhua had given the Ganges primordial shield to Xiao Yan and the others, he had not yet passed the lightning tribulation and entered yuanying. And now that Kong Nanhua had reached the yuanying stage, it could be said that his Ganges primordial shield was the strongest defense an early yuanying cultivator could have. The seemingly ordinary shield exuded an eternal and indestructible power. The sword qi and spiritual power that Kong Chang had nurtured in his body for 1,000 years burst out at once, gathering into a resplendent sword light. His ferocious sword might not be as domineering as the Shaoshang sword, but in terms of targeting a single point of attack, it was definitely number one in Shushan. It was even one of the strongest attacks in the entire heaven primal world. The endless sword light seemed to pierce through the heavens and earth, and it bombarded Kong Nanhua's Ganges primordial shield like lightning. Quicksand flew, and countless fragments of sand and gravel fell from the Ganges primordial shield. Even a rare treasure like the Ganges sand would lose its spirituality after being bombarded by the ferocious sword. But even when Kong Chang's sword energy was exhausted and the sword light dissipated, he still could not pierce through Kong Nanhua's eternal river mixed essence shield. At this moment, there was a huge depression in the center of the shield, which looked like a funnel. It was only one step away from being pierced by the sword. However, this one step seemed to be so close yet so far away, and it was impossible to cross. When the onlookers saw this, their expressions all changed. Ancestor Qing Wei looked at Kong Nanhua and sighed. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Forefather Soaring Fire and young Tong Hui both had grave expressions on their faces. Regardless of where they stood, they were both astonished by Kong Nanhua's strength. Mount Shu Sword Sect was the number one sword sect in the world. It was one of the 3 holy lands. Its disciples were all sword cultivators. They didn't practice spells or refine magic tools. They fought all over the world with a long sword. Their attacks were sharp and their fights were fierce. They were famous in the world. There was even a private saying that Mount Shu cultivators are 1 level higher. This means that in actual combat, any Mount Shu sword cultivator can fight against other cultivators that are at least 1 small realm higher. Taking Kong Chang as an example, with early-stage yuanying cultivation, even middle-stage yuanying cultivators would have to avoid the fierce might of the fierce sword. But right now Kong Chang wanted to challenge Lin Feng, but was stopped by Kang Nanhua. Ancestor Qing Wei looked at Lin Feng and Xiao Yan with an incomparably complicated gaze. Xianmen Tianzong, this matter is really a bit difficult to handle. At this time, the general manager of the House of the Marquis of Xuanji also looked at Lin Feng and Zhu Yi beside him, sighing and saying, "Young Master Yi, it's only been a short 2 years, and you've actually trained all the way to the golden elixir period from a scholar without the slightest bit of cultivation. Such talent! No wonder you're the son of the Marquis." Since appearing, Zhu Yi, who has always been quietly standing behind Lin Feng, has actually always divided a part of his attention on Zhang Hai. Hearing Zhang Hai say this, Zhu Yi faintly smiled. Mr. Tauer also said this in the past. I answered him at the time that father's cultivation is profound. That is father's ability. My cultivation today stems from my own hard work and my master's teachings. Up until today, my answer still hasn't changed. Zhu Yi calmly said, Mr. Zhang Hai doesn't need to say things like bringing me back. You can't do it. But you can go back and report to Father, Tianjin City. One day I will return, and that day is already not far away. Zhang Hai's eyes slightly narrowed into slits. I will naturally deal with the matter of Tauer being killed. After dealing with it, I will definitely bring young Master Yi back. Young Master Yi, you think too much. He looked at Lin Feng. You have bewitched my young master and killed my steward. Today, you must give me an explanation. Lin Feng, at this moment, already knew Zhang Hai's background from Zhu Yi, but he was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he lightly said, the great Zhou dynasty, in the end, is still the emperor of Zhou, Liang Pan, who calls the shots. This sentence without rhyme or reason made everyone at the scene scratch their heads. Zhang Hai frowned. Less nonsense. The traitor will be executed. As he spoke, Zhang Hai stretched out the finger of his right hand and casually waved, writing the word punish in the air. Zhang Hai's mana turned into ink, and the air seemed to turn into a piece of paper in front of him. A big black punish word appeared in the air. As soon as this word appeared, a solemn and dignified aura spread out, suppressing everyone at the scene so that they couldn't raise their heads. Some cultivators with lower cultivation seemed to see an image of themselves kneeling on the guillotine, a large blade raised high above their heads, struggling to resist, but to no avail. They could only obediently surrender. Lin Feng stood in the air, without any reaction, not even looking at Zhang Hai. Beside him, Zhu Yi suddenly took a step forward and slowly said, Mr. Zhang, I told you can't do it. Zhu Yi also stretched out his finger, but using it as a sword, he swung it twice. It was the Qian sword Dao and Dui sword Dao of his self-created sword of change. Upper Qian, lower Dui, Lu hexagram. Heaven's grace, a gentleman is magnanimous. Zhu Yi lightly said, a strong ruler must be courteous and reasonable. Mr. Zhang did not teach. He did not have a good name. He is unreasonable. He is not upright. As soon as Zhu Yi's two-sword qi shot out, a magical force spread out, directly dissolving the horrifying aura of Zhang Hai's punish word into nothingness. Zhang Hai shook his head and smiled. This is the fallacy that young Master Yi has learned for the past 2 years, the biggest fallacy in the world. This time, he didn't write anything. His words were the law. The punish word immediately turned into the Dui word, breaking Zhu Yi's sword Dao of Lu trigram. Zhu Yi slightly raised his eyebrows. Using force to break technique, Mr. Zhang has run out of words. As he said, the golden elixir in Zhu Yi's body shook violently. One black and one white aura surrounded him. One side was the pure light that repelled all things. The other side was the quiet and deep darkness that contained all things. Zhu Yi sent out 2 more streams of sword qi. This time, one of his sword qi was black, and the other was white. One was the Gen sword Dao, while the other was the Ken sword Dao. Upper Gen, lower Ken, Meng hexagram. Meng hexagram. Enlightenment, success. I begged Tong Meng. Tong Meng begged me. First blaspheme, third blaspheme, 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 blaspheme. It's not that I'm begging the child, but the child is begging me. This is the first time he's asking me for advice. I'll answer his questions. If he keeps asking impolitely again and again, it's blasphemy. At this time, he didn't answer. As soon as Zhu Yi's sword Dao of Meng hexagram was used, Zhang Hai's DUI, word formula's magic power, was locked. Zhang Hai shook his head and laughed. The powerful magic power of a Yuaniing cultivator burst out, instantly breaking through Zhu Yi's sword qi. Zhu Yi didn't panic. He suddenly made a hand sign with both hands and combined them together, chanting slowly, "Infinite light, infinite darkness, the beginning of the two poles, the creation of the heavens." When Zhu Yi's black and white sword qi appeared, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. This is the second spell that Zhu Yi created after he formed the golden elixir, comprehended the 8 trigrams of the great way of the heavens, and combined it with his own cultivation in Dao techniques. As Zhu Yi put his hands together, the 2 black and white sword qi that he released suddenly changed, turning into the 2 poles of light and darkness, forming a huge enchantment. This enchantment looked like an altar. It looked like a mandala flower, but it wasn't a mandala flower. Countless bright and dazzling light rays intertwined with the same number of dark and deep black lines, forming lines that looked like the orbit of the stars in the sky. Together, they weaved an independent small world. Zhu Yi's second self-created spell, the light and darkness mandala enchantment. Zhang Hai's expression suddenly changed. And then he saw the light and darkness enchantment created by Zhu Yi suddenly shrink towards a very small point in the center, as if the whole world was collapsing. This was because Zhu Yi, under the guidance of Lin Feng, had comprehended some of the true meaning of the power of nirvanic extermination, and he had exerted the destructive power of his spell to the extreme. The entire light and darkness enchantment collapsed, and even Zhang Hai's magic power that was sealed inside disappeared. Are the disciples of Xianmen Tianzong still human? The onlookers were shocked, speechless. Apart from Xiao Yan just now, this is another cultivator of the golden elixir period who can fight against Patriarch Yuaniing, a group of monsters. Xianmen Tianzong is actually so strong. Zhang Hai's expression also changed. He took a deep breath and suddenly took out an ink brush and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Yi, I have to admit that you have surprised me, but it also strengthened my belief that I must bring you back to the Ho Mansion." Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled, and with a flick of his finger, a white thunderbolt entered Zhu Yi's body. "Xiao Yi, go all out and fight with your chief steward." Zhu Yi became spirited and faced Zhang Hai head-on without fear. On the other side, Yu Qianshan was holding Miao Shihao back, and Yu Wanfeng could go all out. Sixth brother Yu stared at the little one, and his eyes flashed fiercely. Without saying a word, he directly pounced on the little one. True Lord Hurricane snorted coldly. "You, Xianmen Tianzong, don't know when to retreat. You deserve to die today." As he spoke, he also urged the 9 heavens formless astral wind to attack. The group of Yu family cultivators and Wind God sect disciples also followed behind their respective ancestors and attacked Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng leisurely smiled and turned to look at Xiao Yan and the others. "This is an opportunity to train. You must cherish it." Xiao Yan laughed heartily and said, "This is a good opportunity for the world to see the glory of my Xianmen Tianzong disciples. We should thank them." "Well said." Lin Feng smiled, and with a flick of his finger again, an earthy yellow light fell on Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan laughed loudly and unceremoniously faced true Lord Hurricane. The little one's speed was faster than him, and with a flash of green light, he had already disappeared into the void, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Yu Wanfeng. Wu Yunliang was dumbfounded and looked at Meng Chaoran, and both of them were shocked. This profound gate master is so confident, he actually let his group of Golden Elixir period disciples fight with Yuanying period cultivators? Meng Chaoran's gaze was fixed on Lin Feng. Why didn't he take action himself? Why is he so confident in his disciples? Is it because he doesn't care, or is there another reason? Chapter 215. The group of cultivators from the Yu clan and the Wind God sect also followed behind their respective patriarchs, launching attacks towards Lin Feng and the others. They didn't dare to provoke Xiao Yan's group, and they didn't dare to provoke Lin Feng's group. It was better for their ancestors to deal with those monsters. A group of Foundation establishment stage cultivators, led by Shu Xianshi, and a few Golden Elixir period cultivators charged towards Wang Lin's group. Wang Lin's expression was cold. He didn't say anything, but his magic power fluctuated violently. Black qi surged out of his body, and he directly entered the Yellow Springs death state. Today, he was going to start a massacre. Yu Hongyan's movements were faster than him. His 12 feet long black flame halberd swept up a sky full of black qi as he killed his way into the crowd. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows slightly. Little junior brother and the others aren't exaggerating. Such a fierce woman, she really isn't inferior to men. However, speaking of men, he turned his head to look at the other side. Yang Qing looked at the crowd charging at him and took a deep breath. I want to repay Senior's great kindness. Other than death, there's nothing to be afraid of. Although that was the case, Yang Qing's previous sect, Cloud Water Cavern, couldn't even be considered a small shrimp in front of the Yu clan and Wind God sect. When Yang Qing fought with her opponents, she always felt that she couldn't fight freely. He wasn't good at fighting in the first place. This way, this flaw was magnified by several times. Wang Lin frowned. He didn't look back. After killing a Wind God sect cultivator with one finger, he said to Yang Qing, "Fight freely, you're very strong." While Yang Qing was in a daze, Wind God sect's Golden Core stage, cultivator Shu Xianshi had already rushed in front of him. Seeing the lunar true water that Yang Qing had released, his eyes immediately turned red. Such a rare treasure. Falling into your hands is a waste of God's gift. Give it to me. As he spoke, purple light suddenly flashed in front of him. Violent flames gushed out from the light. Shu Xianshi screamed, "Purple talisman! Yuanying talisman!" He hurriedly used 9 heavens' formless astral wind to escape, but he was already swallowed by the flames. Wang Lin flicked his sleeves. "You talk too much." He looked at the dumbfounded Yang Qing and said, "Let's go all out and fight. If we can't beat them, we can use the talismans to smash them. The talismans that Master gave us are not meant for us to keep." Yang Qing was a little absent-minded, but then she calmed down, and her eyes gradually became spirited. In front of him, a group of Yu clan cultivators rushed over. Someone took out the Xian Ming True Water and attacked him. Yang Qing calmly responded and attacked with the extreme Yin True Water. The dark green water curled around the deep blue ice soul. That Yu clan cultivator immediately felt that he lost control of his Xian Ming True Water. The lunar True Water was able to control water with water, and it was the commander of all water. In a situation where the lunar True Water was outnumbered, it could even control the other 5 types of absolute water. Yang Qing's realm of magic power might not necessarily be higher than his opponent's, but he had absorbed an entire Taiyin water vein from Mount Kunlun back then. At this moment, the Taiyin True Water swept past like a torrent, and the Xianming True Water of the Yu family's cultivators succumbed to his control. Yang Qing's hands formed a seal, and the Xianming True Water counterattacked the enemy, instantly freezing more than 10 Yu clan's Foundation establishment stage cultivators into ice sculptures. If they were frozen by the Xianming True Water, even their souls would be frozen, and they were doomed to die. Wang Lin looked at Yang Qing's calm expression, which hid a crazy killing intent. He slightly raised his eyebrows, and the corner of his mouth revealed a slight smile. He casually pointed, and the Yellow Springs Road appeared. Thousands of white bone claws rushed out from the road, dragging the enemies down and burying them in the cycle of reincarnation. When this scene fell into the eyes of the onlookers, it already made some people feel despair. Even a Foundation Establishment Stage disciple is so savage. Is he really invincible in the same realm? Although his nephews suffered heavy casualties, Yu Wanfeng couldn't care about them at this moment. All his attention was focused on killing Xiao Budian. But unfortunately, Xiao Budian was stronger than he imagined. Xiao Budian, whose body had merged with the bronze void cauldron, could use the help of this magic tool to travel through space within a short distance like Yu Wanfeng. He wasn't afraid of the threat of Yu Wanfeng's Yuanying stage, cultivator ceiling, and shattering space. This greatly reduced the difference in strength between him and Yu Wanfeng. At this moment, Yu Wanfeng surpassed him in terms of combat experience and the boundless magic power of a Yuanying stage cultivator that could almost crush a golden elixir stage cultivator. Xiao Budian didn't panic. Your magic power is better than mine, but there are some areas where you are too far behind me. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Budian's figure flashed, broke through space, and arrived in front of Yu Wanfeng. He punched towards him. Yu Wanfeng snorted disdainfully. Just as he was about to condense his magic power, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The speed of Xiao Budian's punch was far faster than usual. The violent power was like a gale and thunder. It was extremely fast, and at the same time, the power was also extremely strong. There wasn't the slightest bit of finesse. Other than power, there was speed, and other than speed, there was power. Faster than a gale, fiercer than thunder. Physical body martial Tao, tempest heavenly movement. After Xiao Budian formed his gold core, he had comprehended and created this second divine ability from the 8 trigrams great heavenly Tao canon. At this moment, his body hadn't fully matured yet, but it was filled with shocking power. All the muscles and bones in his body were crackling and jumping wildly. Every acupoint and every pore on his body was constantly flowing with electricity, emitting a sizzling sound. The hair on Xiao Budian's clothes rustled because of the electricity. However, even the dust in the air of the realm he belonged to was firmly fixed by the powerful electricity, unable to move. Yu Wanfeng was greatly shocked. He didn't have time to think carefully, and the Xianming true water quickly gathered to form a shield blocking Xiao Budian's punch. Boom! Amidst the rumbling sound, the azure ice shield formed by the Xianming true water was actually forcefully shattered by Xiao Budian's punch that carried the wind and thunder of heaven and earth. Although Yu Wanfeng himself was unharmed, his face was ashen. He clearly knew that if this punch landed on his body, he would definitely die. Xiao Budian's magic power was indeed inferior to his, but his physical body martial Tao was much stronger than his. The difference in physical strength between the two was even greater than Yu Wanfeng's advantage in magic power over Xiao Budian. Yu Wanfeng fought with Xiao Budian with a gloomy face. On the other side, True Monarch Hurricane was also in a terrible mood. With the help of the Heaven and Earth Mirror, Xiao Yan completely gave up on defense. The 8 trigrams collapsed, the Nether Evil Flame, and the true fire of the sun bombarded True Monarch Hurricane indiscriminately, beating this old monster of the Yuanying stage into a sorry state. There was no need to mention True Monarch Hurricane's frustration. The magic power of the Wind God sect was characterized by its swiftness and swiftness. Naturally, it was good at attacking and not good at defending. However, Xiao Yan had the protection of the divine earth light in the center of the heaven and earth mirror, so he directly ignored his attacks. Then, with his extraordinary attack power, true monarch Hurricane, who was not good at defense, ran around and dodged his attacks. True monarch Hurricane looked no more than 13 or 14 years old. His black hair hung down, his face was like a jade crown, and his appearance was elegant and scholarly. But in fact, he was someone who had reincarnated once, and his lifespan was already thousands of years old. Now, he was being forced into a difficult situation by a young man, so true monarch Hurricane could no longer stay calm. He suddenly put his palms together and performed a strange incantation. Instantly, hundreds of 9 heavens formless astral winds merged together. The originally formless astral winds were squeezed together layer by layer, forming a huge sword that was dozens of feet long, a few feet wide, and nearly 5 feet thick. This enormous sword hung in the sky while flowing with brilliant colors, and even an ordinary person could see its existence with the naked eye. It had completely abandoned the characteristic of the 9 heavens formless gale that was shapeless and shadowless, yet it revealed an all-conquering and extremely fierce force. Divine Wind Sword Chi. As soon as the sword was used, everyone was shocked. The attack power and destructive power of true monarch Hurricane's magic was almost comparable to Kong Chang's Li Meng sword. The heaven and earth mirror definitely could not withstand this sword. Seeing this, Xiao Yan chuckled and said, "You take a sword of mine too?" He put away the heaven and earth mirror and true sun fire, and a huge edgeless sword that was as wide as a door and looked like a heavy black iron ruler appeared in his hand. Evil Radiant Dominating Sword. Xiao Yan raised the evil radiant dominating sword high, and endless bluish-purple flames covered the entire sky, dyeing the night sky even darker and gloomier. The concept of destruction contained in the bluish-purple flames was even fiercer and more brutal than the divine wind sword Chi in the sky. Flaming heaven-splitting slash. After Xiao Yan formed his gold core, he comprehended the second divine power he created from the 8 trigrams Great Tao Cannon. With a loud shout, Xiao Yan slashed out with his sword and collided with the divine wind sword Chi that was slashing towards him. A dark, purple mark was left in the night sky, as if the entire sky had been split into 2. The scattered air currents directly caused a sandstorm in the wasteland, and the dark night sky was also illuminated by this violent collision of wind and fire. In an instant, the sounds of other battles became muffled, and everyone could only hear the collision of flames and wind. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at Xiao Yan in disbelief, who was holding the evil radiant dominating sword high in the sky. Even the divine wind sword Chi, that true monarch Hurricane, used with all his strength couldn't do anything to him. Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and Tiny Tot, 3 early-stage golden elixir cultivators, fought against the 3 Yuanying ancestors, true monarch Hurricane, Zhanghai, and Yuanfeng, and didn't fall into a disadvantage. The rise of Xianmen Tianzong is unstoppable. Wu Yunliang, who had been watching coldly from the side, suddenly let out a long breath. Meng Chaoran, who was beside him, turned his head and looked at him. "Eldest martial brother, have you decided?" Wu Yunliang nodded his head. "It's easy to add flowers to a brocade, but it's hard to send charcoal in the snow. But the favors that have been forged between the 2 sides, adding flowers to a brocade, is far from comparable to sending charcoal in the snow." Silently, Meng Chaoran said, "Let's not talk about the Divine Wind sect first. The other side has the Yu family, the Blaze Sword sect, and possibly the Celeritas Sword sect. Most importantly, there's the Mount Shu Sword sect. One careless step, and the 1,000-year foundation of my Beyond Sky Mountain will be destroyed." Wu Yunliang's expression was similarly calm. "Riches are found in danger. My Beyond Sky Mountain has already reached the most dangerous juncture. What is there to be afraid of?" Meng Chaoran nodded his head. "Since that's the case, go ahead and do it. I will naturally lend you a hand." A gratified smile appeared on Wu Yunliang's face. Just as he was about to speak, the smile suddenly froze on his face. a huge pressure simultaneously floated onto the hearts of everyone present. This kind of feeling is not a normal kind of fear, but rather a kind of natural world where a rabbit meets a wolf or meets a lion, that kind of instinctive trembling that comes from the depths of the soul. Everyone looked towards the same direction. There, silently stands a person, a young man. His face is thin and handsome, wearing a clean white robe. The aura on his body is light and gentle, without a trace of sharpness, like a gust of wind, like a spirit spring. But this person's pair of eyes are as bright as the stars in the night sky. His gaze seems to be able to see straight through a person's soul. The leader of the current generation disciples of Taishu Temple, the world walker of Taoism, Pang Jia. As soon as Pang Jia appeared, Kong Chang, Zhang Hai, and the others are fine. But on Xianmen Tianzong's side, no matter if it's the Yuanying stage Kong Nanhua and Miao Shihao, or the golden elixir period Xiao, Yan Zhu Yi, and the others, they all felt a great magical power pressing down on them at the same time, making the channeling of their mana become obscure. Pang Jia's cultivation is also at the Yuanying stage. He shouldn't have such a magical power. Wu Yunliang and Meng Chaoren looked at each other and said in unison, "It's a magical weapon. It's a magical weapon. Only a magical weapon can bring this kind of pressure." Pang Jia has a magical weapon refined by a primordial spirit cultivator. Chapter 2:16. In the great heaven primordial world, only primordial spirit realm cultivators could refine magical treasures. Cultivators below the primordial spirit realm could only refine magical treasures. According to the cultivation of the refiner, magical treasures were divided into Yuanying realm, golden elixir, realm, foundation building realm, and qi refining realm. From this, it could be seen that magical treasures and magical treasures were two completely different concepts. Magical treasures could generate their own artifact spirit, which was like an independent life with its own thoughts and memories. It could absorb the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth to cultivate and increase its strength. A magical treasure could even be more powerful than the primordial spirit ox that refined it. Chaotic yin and yang, reversing the flow of mountains and seas, and overturning the heavens and the earth. Pang Jia was the leader of the current generation's traveling disciples of the Taishu Temple. It was not surprising that he was bestowed with a magical treasure by the sect. As the number one sacred land in the divine land of the human race, Taishu Temple's magical treasures must be extraordinary as well. Before the magical treasure appeared, its aura alone was enough to suppress Xianmen Tianzong and the others in the battle. Kong Chang, true monarch hurricane, and the others were not affected at all. Just because Pang Jia stood there, the balance of the battle immediately tilted. Kong Chang glanced at Pang Jia with dissatisfaction, but did not say anything. Zhang Hai, true monarch dark wind, Yu Qianshan, and Yu Wanfeng did not have any other thoughts. Instead, they increased their strength and followed up with their attacks on Xiao Yan and the others. Patriarch Flying Fire was watching them like a tiger watching its prey. Yang Tonghui and Patriarch Qing Hao stood opposite each other. Yang Tonghui remained silent, while Patriarch Qing Hao sighed. He felt a little regretful, but more than that, he felt a sense of relief and relief. Xianmen Tianzong's foundation is still shallow. The other cultivators might not know Pang Jia, but they could guess his identity from the vast and ethereal waves of magical power around him and the white auspicious clouds embroidered on his robe. So it's not just the Mount Shu Sword sect. Even the Taishu Temple is dissatisfied with Xianmen Tianzong. The Tempest Temple has already been destroyed. Only the Mount Shu Sword sect and the Taishu Temple are left out of the three great holy lands of the past. If these two great holy lands are dissatisfied with one force, then this force is destined to be destroyed. It seems that not only will Xianmen Tianzong fail to open the mountain gate this time, but it will also face the danger of being destroyed. It's just a pity that there are so many outstanding talents in the sect. So what if he's talented? They don't know when to advance or retreat. They are destined to be destroyed. Everyone discussed animatedly, and many people even had other thoughts. This might be a good opportunity to make friends with Taishu Temple and the Shushan Sword Sect. If I can forge a good relationship with these two holy lands, then this trip to the Sand Continent will not be in vain. This time, only the Yuanying Patriarch of the Cloud Elephant Sect, a medium-sized sect at the northern foothills of Kunlun Mountain, had personally come to the Sand Continent to observe the ceremony. At this moment, the Cloud Elephant Patriarch suddenly took a step forward and shouted loudly, "Xianmen Tianzong is tyrannical and has incurred public anger." Today, with the two great holy lands, Taishu Temple and Mount Shu Sword Sect, we, the Cloud Elephant Sect, as the sect of Kunlun Mountain, are willing to follow them and get rid of this tumor together. As he said this, he punched out with both fists. Large amounts of white clouds appeared and turned into a white elephant the size of a mountain. With a long cry, it rushed towards Kong Nanhua, who was fighting with Kong Chong, with a power that could collapse the pillars of the sky and overturn the seas. Seeing this, Meng Chaoran instantly frowned. A villain who hits a person when he is down. Wu Yunliang, who was beside him, had a solemn expression. Even the Taishu Temple has made a move. This time, Xianmen Tianzong is really in trouble. Riches were sought in danger, and the reward was a huge one with a slim chance of survival. However, if it was a situation where there was no chance of survival, then it was not seeking riches, but dying in vain. Thinking of this, Wu Yunliang immediately sighed, but did not have the intention to make a move. Seeing the sudden reversal of the situation, Yu Wanfeng and True Monarch Hurricane could not help but laugh. Surnamed Lin, you will not be able to open your sect today. Whether you can run away with your tail between your legs is also a question now. Oh, is that so? Whether his disciples had the upper hand or were in a disadvantageous position, ever since Lin Feng appeared, he had been standing in the void, silently, and did not make any moves. At this moment, he suddenly laughed and looked towards the horizon. However, he was not looking at the sudden appearance of Pangjia, but at the sky in the east. In the east, a red sun was rising. More than half of the sun had already emerged from the ground, emitting a brilliant golden light. The surrounding clouds were dyed a fiery red by the sunlight, but there was also a dazzling golden light. From the dark night to the dawn, from the first ray of light in the horizon to the rosy clouds and red clouds, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could savor its magnificence, the red sun had leaped out of the ground. In the fierce battle, a night had passed. Lin Feng smiled leisurely and said calmly, "The 8th of May has arrived. Welcome to my Yujing Mountain, my fellow Taoists, to participate in the first opening ceremony of my Xianmen Tianzong." After he said this, the others were still in a daze. Only Pang Jia, who was far away in the sky, suddenly changed his expression. In the void above everyone's head, the air suddenly fluctuated violently like boiling water. Purple mist suddenly emerged in the sky like a tide and spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the whole sky was dyed purple. Everyone stared in shock at the sea of purple clouds that covered hundreds of thousands of acres. In the center of the sea of purple clouds, a white jade-like mountain was faintly discernible. The extremely terrifying energy fluctuations were as vast as the heavens and the earth, as vigorous as the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. In the purple mist, treasured trees, pavilions, sweet rain, rivers of stars, halberds, treasured swords, screens. Endless light and shadows rose and fell one after another, creating a magnificent scene. Many images rose and fell in the purple mist, faintly discernible along with the white jade immortal mountain. On the white jade immortal mountain, there were flowing springs, waterfalls, orchids, and beautiful trees. It was like a dream. Above the 9 heavens, endless astral winds and rolling thunder clouds, all prostrated at the foot of the white jade immortal mountain, becoming its stairs and guards. Together, they surrounded and protected this immortal mountain that seemed to be the ruler of the 9 heavens. Before everyone could recover from their shock, the majestic white jade immortal mountain came crashing down from the mist, crashing into the ground. And below it were 4 people: Xiao Yan, Tiny Tot, True Lord Hurricane, and Yu Wanfeng. Xiao Yan and the little guy had long since received Lin Feng's instructions. Chuckling, their bodies flashed, and they left the area enveloped by Jade Capital Mountain. When True Lord Hurricane and Yu Wanfeng wanted to dodge, they realized that they couldn't move at all, not to mention traveling through space. Even their dermic powers as Yuanian cultivators were sealed and couldn't be used at all. It was as if their entire bodies were paralyzed, and they couldn't even move their pinky fingers. No, as True Lord Hurricane and Yu Wanfeng roared in despair, they could only watch as the Yujing mountain fell from above and crushed them into powder. Neither the 9 heavens' formless astral wind nor the Xianming true water could protect them. The Yuanian patriarch didn't even have the chance to self-destruct his Yuanian body before he was crushed to death. His body was crushed into a meat patty, and his soul was crushed into ashes. Yuanian doesn't need you to self-destruct. The Yujing mountain will crush you directly. This is too terrifying. Xianmen Tianzong's cave abode can actually move through space and go wherever it wants. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them and stared at the Yujing mountain in a daze. On the top of the mountain, Lin Feng's true body was wearing a purple robe and standing calmly with his hands behind his back on the crown of a treasure tree that was so huge that it covered the sky and the sun. There seemed to be chaos in his eyes. The next moment, the chaos was destroyed and turned into the chaotic earth, water, fire, and wind. It was as if countless eras had passed, but it also seemed like it only took a short moment before the earth, water, fire, and wind stabilized and turned into a vast new world. No one else could see it. Only Lin Feng could see a light shadow in a purple robe that looked like a baby when he was born. The baby's facial features were exactly the same as when Lin Feng was born. The baby opened his eyes abruptly. There was not a trace of impurity in his pitch-black eyes. They were extremely pure and filled with a primitive and pure artistic conception, the conception of the creation of heaven and earth, and the creation of all things from nothing. The Yuanian realm is indeed mysterious. Lin Feng smiled slightly. The moment Pang Jie appeared, his true body on Yujing Mountain had successfully passed the lightning tribulation and formed a nascent soul. The moment Lin Feng formed the Yuanian realm, his connection with the mystic heaven treasure tree, white jade capital mountain, and cyclic purple qi reached a new level. After forming the Yuanian realm, Lin Feng comprehended more of the mysteries of space. Now that he was cooperating with the mystic heaven treasure tree, he could enter and exit the void at will on Yujing Mountain. From then on, he could come and go as he pleased in the myriad worlds. Lin Feng looked at the dazed crowd at the foot of the mountain and said lightly, "I welcome all fellow Taoists who come to observe the ceremony. As for the uninvited guests, they can stay." As he spoke, Lin Feng raised his hand and closed his fingers, grabbing at Kong Chong and the rest who were fighting with Zhu Yi Kong Nanhua and Miao Shihao. Yu Qianshan's goatee stood on end as he glared at Lin Feng fiercely. "Lin Feng, you killed my 6th brother. My Yu family will not let this go." There were many living beings in the heaven primordial world, but those who could form the primordial spirit and become carefree were few and far between. Even in the Taishu Temple and the Mount Shu Sword sect, the primordial spirit cultivators mostly cultivated in seclusion or roamed the sea of stars. They did not show themselves easily. The golden elixir cultivators were the pillars of the sect, while the Yuanian cultivators were the upper echelons of the sect. They were the leaders of the sect and the existences that determined the strength of the sect. In the Wind God sect, and the Yu family losing a Yuanian cultivator was like breaking an arm. This kind of deep hatred was enough to cause the entire Yu family to riot. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Of course your Yu family won't let this go, because they didn't just lose one Yuanian cultivator today, but two. Yu Qianshan's expression suddenly changed. He heard Lin Feng continue, and this is just the beginning. As Lin Feng spoke, he suddenly opened his 5 fingers. A loud sound startled the void and shook the universe. The entire void in front of Lin Feng suddenly collapsed, turning into endless elements of water, fire, and wind that surged forward in an instant. Yu Qianshan let out a strange cry. A huge amount of Xianming, true water, turned into a barrier in an attempt to block it. The dark blue, ice-like Xianming, true water continuously compressed and condensed. In the end, it formed an ice shield that was almost pure black. An ancient and desolate aura leaked out from it, as if it had existed for countless years and was immortal and indestructible. Xianming Shield, the strongest defensive spiritual art of the Yu family's Xianming formula. However, it was useless. In just an instant, Yu Qianshan and his Xianming Shield were engulfed by this world-shattering torrent. His entire person disappeared in the void, without a trace. Chapter 217. In the eastern sky, the sun rose from the east, but on the wasteland, at this moment, it fell into a deathly silence. Occasionally, there would be a strange sound. That was the sound of someone involuntarily swallowing saliva. Everyone was shocked by what had just happened. Yu Qianshan, a great cultivator, whose cultivation was even higher than Wanfeng, a middle-stage Yuanian old monster, was killed by Lin Feng in one move. A real instant kill. There was no room to fight back, not even a chance to escape. The middle-stage Yuanian old ancestor was instantly turned into ashes, not even his bones were left. If before, when Lin Feng used Yujing Mountain to smash True Monarch Hurricane and Yuanfeng to death, people could still suspect that it was because Yujing Mountain was powerful, but now that he killed Yu Qianshan with a flick of his fingers, it made everyone present tremble in fear. Yang Tonghui's eyes lit up. To kill middle-stage Yuanians so easily, only a great cultivator who has achieved primordial spirit can do that. I always felt that he was mysterious before, and I was right. Old Ancestor Qing Wei had a bitter smile on his face, knowing that the nature of the matter had completely changed. With Lin Feng backing up Xiao Yan, the development of the matter was no longer under the control of their Celeritas sword sect. Even their Celeritas sword sect only had one primordial spirit, Sword Venerable. Being hesitant indeed will be punished. Wu Yunliang's smile was even more bitter than old Ancestor Qing Wei's. Old Ancestor Soaring Flame's eyes kept rolling. Even though I exchanged one move with his protector, it was only one move. Honestly speaking, I was the one who suffered a small loss. In this way, he shouldn't come looking for trouble with me, right? That old ancestor, Yun Xiang, wanted to slap himself even more. Why was he so despicable? Even if the others had thoughts in their hearts, they didn't really stand out, but it was him who not only stood out, but also personally launched the attack. He couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. Thinking that Yu Qianshan, whose cultivation was higher than his, was also killed by Lin Feng in one move, old ancestor Yun Xiang felt a chill in his heart. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran like a frightened rabbit. Lin Feng did not forget about him. His divine god of battle clone let out a roar into the sky. It's too late to leave now. The doppelganger of the divine god of war originated from the system. Unlike ordinary doppelgangers, there was no need to refine it again. It was completely in sync with the cultivation of Lin Feng's main body. After Lin Feng's main body advanced to the Yuanying stage, the doppelganger of the divine god of war also advanced to the Yuanying stage. Moreover, it was the physical limit of a Yuanying stage cultivator. Primordial Fei, the demon king with the strongest body of the demon race, was only SOSO. The divine god of battle's clone's body shuddered as he let out a roar and threw a punch forward. The shockwave was so powerful that it felt like mountains were moving and the heavens were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The shockwave was so powerful that it felt like it was solid as it swept up a sandstorm in the desert. With his body as the center, the air within a radius of 100 feet was completely shattered. Half of progenitor Yun Xiang's body had entered the rift, yet he was knocked out by the punch from the clone of the divine god of battle. You've gone too far. Progenitor Yun Xiang let out a furious roar. His ferocious nature was triggered as he slammed his fists together, summoning a white elephant the size of a mountain to charge at the clone of the divine god of battle. The clone of the divine god of battle stood proudly in the sky. He did not move at all. He simply raised his right fist and threw a punch forward. 8 trigrams sky-collapsing hammer, chaos hammer. The blood of the clone of the divine god of battle surged wildly. The scorching yang qi was even more dazzling than the sun. The punch shattered everything in its path, turning the space where progenitor Yun Xiang and the white elephant were standing into chaos. The white elephant did not even have the chance to let out a cry before it was shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, progenitor Yun Xiang's flesh was destroyed by Lin Feng's clone of the divine god of battle with a single punch. His Yuanying wanted to escape, but was grabbed by the giant hand of the clone of the divine god of battle. With a single squeeze, the entire Yuanying seemed like it was about to shatter. He was on the verge of death, and did not even have the strength to self-destruct. Zhang Hai, who was fighting with Zhu Yi earlier, trembled when he saw this scene. Such ferocity, only the emperor and the marquis can compete with him. Where did young Master Yi find such a ferocious person to be his master? I'm no match for him. Leave quickly, leave quickly. Thinking to this point, the manager of the house of the Marquis of Xuanji immediately abandoned Zhu Yi. With a wave of his brush, he wrote the word escape, and his entire body flashed into the rift. The speed of his escape technique far surpassed that of a normal Yuanying cultivator. Run. Don't even think about running. Lin Feng's right palm was like a blade, slashing downwards in the air. The powerful force of the heavenly barrier immediately sealed the rift that Zhang Hai had just created with the word escape. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Hai's body was stuck at the intersection of 2 spaces. Half of his body was left in the real world, while the other half of his body was in the spatial turbulence. Between the 2 spatial boundaries, the spatial rift caused an enormous twisting force. Even if Zhang Hai was a Yuanying cultivator, at this moment he was like a rag, his body twisted into a ball, blood spurting out madly. Zhang Hai's body was thrown out from the spatial rift. His face was full of anger, completely giving up on the thought of escaping. He suddenly raised his brush and wrote a large human character in the air. Zhang Hai Man chanted, "The sharpest thing in this world is not a sword, but the tip of a brush. The most powerful force is not Buddha, but the human heart." Yuanying realm magic item, Spring and Autumn Brush. The strongest character of the talisman amulet, the human character. The human character written in the air was overwhelming, as if it was splitting the entire world into 3 parts. The powerful force wanted to dismember the world. Ridiculous. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. the so-called human heart is the heart of everyone in the world. It is not something that can be represented by a single person's words, nor can it be written by a single brush. You don't even understand this, and you still have the right to talk about the human heart? Lin Feng stretched out a finger, and the human formula that split heaven and earth instantly vanished into nothingness. Under Zhang Hai's furious gaze, the surging purple gas formed an independent small world, directly trapping him inside. Zhang Hai was like a bird in a cage, constantly bumping around, writing one character after another, but it did not have the slightest effect. Instead, the small world formed by the purple gas continued to shrink and collapse, obviously simulating the extinction of the world. This nirvana directly turned Zhang Hai into dust. Zhang Hai looked at this scene in horror, but all he could do was close his eyes and wait for death. All his struggles were futile. Kong Chang's eyes were bloodshot, staring at Lin Feng in the sky, his expression becoming calmer and calmer. He let out a long roar, as if to dispel all his fear and hesitation. I, a sword cultivator, have nothing else but the sword. I would rather break than bend. My life forward. Master of the Mystic Gate, take my strongest sword. Kong Chang's clothes all turned into dust, flashing a dazzling cold light. His entire body turned into a resplendent sword light, even more dazzling and intense than when he attacked Kong Nanhua. The sword chi that had been accumulated for 1,000 years was released overnight, and the first to be destroyed was Kong Chang's body. Within the sword light, a 5- or 6-year-old boy walked with a sword. It was Kong Chang's sword nascent soul. Facing Kong Chang's killing move, Lin Feng did not take it seriously at all. He activated the heavenly barrier, and an invisible barrier blocked the path of Kong Chang's sword light. Kong Chang's sword light was like a tide crashing into a reef. No matter how fierce and violent the tide was, it could do nothing to the reef. Instead, it would only smash itself into pieces. The resplendent sword light seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall, turning into countless streams of light that sputtered in all directions in the opposite direction, but could not take a step forward. Suppress. With a wave of Lin Feng's hand, the invisible barrier suddenly took form, turning into endless purple gas. It wrapped around the shattered sword light, and Kong Chang's sword nascent soul, turning it into another heavenly small world and sealing it. A white light suddenly flew over from the distant sky, piercing through the surging purple gas and landing on Lin Feng. The person who attacked was Pang Jia. Pang Jia had a solemn expression at this moment, standing in the void with his hands behind his back. On his forehead, there was a round spot of light, like a small round mirror. This round mirror shone brightly, like the sun shining on all things. Taishu Temple's Dharma spell, Taishu Treasure Mirror Technique. This treasure mirror exuded a powerful intent, as if an eye had appeared in the center of the blue sky. This eye had no sorrow, joy, anger, or resentment. There was not a single trace of emotion in it. It only looked at everything in the sky with dignity. There was a kind of tranquility in the eye, as if it was watching the vicissitudes of the world, but it also had the majesty of controlling everything. It was as if the owner of the eye could destroy everything in his line of sight, if he wanted to. Even Lin Feng felt that when this mirror light shone on him, the circulation of his magic power became sluggish, as if he was being watched by the heavenly eye, shocking and restricting him, not daring to act rashly. Good, Taishu Temple is indeed extraordinary. Lin Feng smiled. Unfortunately, it's still far from it. With a wave of his hand, the power of the heavenly small world barrier was activated again, isolating the mirror light that Pang Jia shone on him. Then, with a point of his finger, he used the two realms void technique. The location of the technique was the space where Pang Jia was. The boundary of the replaced space was on the central axis of Pang Jia's body. The technique was activated, splitting Pang Jia in half from head to toe. Pang Jia immediately felt the change in the space around him. He wanted to use his nascent soul cultivator's magic power to stabilize the space around him. However, he found that it was useless. The space around him was still being torn apart, and it looked like he was about to be torn in half. After Lin Feng formed the Yuanying stage, his understanding of the mystery of space had almost reached perfection. His two realms void technique could not be resisted even by an opponent of the same Yuanying stage cultivation. He was invincible under the primordial spirit realm. Good. Pang Jia's expression finally changed. His body moved, and a shadow flashed above his head, and a shadow flew out. This shadow was hundreds of feet tall, wearing a magical robe embroidered with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and oceans. It was stepping on a large white cloud. However, the face of this shadow was indeed blank, without any facial features. However, it was this completely featureless shadow that exuded an incomparably majestic aura. It was as if he was the truth of this world, the ruler of this world, the maker of all rules, and the representative of the vast Tao of heaven and earth, the universal Dharma form, the signature symbol of a late Yuanying stage cultivator. With this great power alone, Pang Jia could single-handedly wipe out everyone present. There was only one exception: universal Dharma form. Lin Feng immediately saw the clues. The current Taoist Empyrean Walker, late Yuanying stage, and the cultivation of the embodiment of heaven and earth. Not bad. But in front of me, it's useless. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand, spread his fingers, and then clenched his fist. As soon as Pang Jia's universal Dharma form appeared, it pierced through the sky, and the weather changed. However, as Lin Feng clenched his fist, the void where Pang Jia was instantly shattered. Endless water, fire, and wind surged, as if the universe was in chaos before the creation of heaven and earth. Pang Jia's hundreds of feet tall universal Dharma form, which suppressed everyone present, only made a small wave in the four symbols torn of the universe, and then there was no more movement. The most powerful power of a late Yuanying stage cultivator, the universal Dharma form, collapsed immediately. Chapter 2:18. The realm of the heavenly laws embodiment of earth was to condense the heaven and earth embodiment of heaven and earth. This was the unique symbol of a late-stage Yuanying cultivator. When the time was right, one would have to further condense and enhance the heaven and earth embodiment of heaven and earth, combining it with one's own Yuanying body, and finally achieving the primordial spirit Great Tao. The heaven and earth embodiment represented the combination of the cultivator's supernatural powers and the essence of dharmic powers. It was extremely powerful, below the primordial spirit Great Tao. The difference in strength between late-stage Yuanying and mid-stage Yuanying was the greatest. The reason for this was the existence of the heaven and earth embodiment. Pang Jia's heaven and earth embodiment contained a mysterious and powerful concept of power. The vast and boundless sky shrouded everything in the world like a canopy. It was high and vast, exuding the supreme majesty of the world. All living beings reproduced and lived under the sky. It was as if it represented the ruthlessness of the heavenly Tao, the supreme majesty that dominated the fate of all living beings in the world. Everyone and anything could only lower their heads obediently in front of the heavens and let the heavens deal with them. The current world wayfarer of Taoism, Pang Jia, who cultivated the supreme great Tao of Taishu Temple, had the heaven and earth embodiment of heaven and earth embodiment that was considered outstanding among the late-stage Yuanying cultivators. However, at this moment, when faced with Lin Feng's attack that shattered the chaos and manifested the earth, water, fire, and wind, even the powerful heaven and earth embodiment of Pang Jia could not withstand it, and collapsed immediately. Pang Jie's expression was solemn as he let out a long sigh. It was as if he had come from an endless space and time. Suddenly, his body turned illusory as if he was an illusion. It was this change in reality and illusion that allowed Pang Jie to escape. At the moment when the torrent of earth, water, fire, and wind was about to hit him, Pang Jie's body turned illusory and escaped into another dimension, leaving behind only an illusion. At the next moment, the earth, water, fire, and wind calmed down once again. Pang Jie's body then turned illusory and returned to his original position. Taishu Temple's secret supreme divine ability technique, infinite transformation. It comprehended the great Tao of true and false, and with a single thought, it could conceal one's body within another dimension of space. Relying on the miraculous infinite transformation, Pang Jie managed to dodge Lin Feng's attack by a hair's breadth. Without hesitation, he retracted his universal avatar. The truth was right before their eyes. Pang Jie's Dharma form of heaven and earth, which was powerful enough to run amok in the Yuanying realm, was completely useless against Lin Feng. It was like tofu dregs. Pang Jie's expression was cold and calm. He flicked his palms and said silently, "Treasure, please show yourself." Black, white, yellow, green, red, and blue lights flashed on his palms, and an extremely frightening wave of magic power immediately filled the entire area. A magic treasure. Only a magical treasure could have such a terrifying power. It was almost equivalent to the power of a great nascent divinity cultivator. Xiao Yan's mirror of heaven and earth, Zhu Yi's desolation prime 9 refinements of Thundernet, and Tiny Tot's bronze void cauldron were all emitting low hums, restless and uneasy. These nascent soul stage magic treasures all revealed a very human-like emotion. It was the natural reverence one would feel when a person of lower status met a person of higher status. It was like a subject facing his own monarch. If the monarch wanted the subject to die, the subject had no choice but to die. The light gradually dimmed, but the pressure of the aura became stronger and stronger. Within the 6-colored light, a small sword that was only 1 foot long revealed itself. Taishu Temple's magic treasure, hexagonal sword. A human voice suddenly came from the hexagonal sword, asking Lin Feng, "You can actually shatter the heaven and earth and reenact the 4 elements. How rare. Who are you?" Lin Feng looked at the hexagonal sword with interest. After all, it was the first magic treasure he saw after coming to this world. However, when he heard the old man's question, Lin Feng smiled faintly and was too lazy to respond. He flicked his finger, and a light spot flew into the air. The light spot expanded rapidly, and countless rays of light intertwined in the sky in a strange trajectory and pattern, forming an incomparably huge magic formation. Within the magic formation, countless unresolved runes and diagrams rose and fell one after another. They combined together and gradually formed a huge pattern with black and white poles covering hundreds of miles of the wasteland. Pang Jie and the hexagonal sword both landed within the range of the magic formation. Pang Jie said in a deep voice, "This is this person's Mountain Gate Great Formation." An old voice came from the hexagonal sword. "It's just a form. It can't trap me." With a buzzing sound, the hexagonal sword's overall form suddenly changed. Originally, it was shining with 6 colors, but now only green was left. In the center of the green light, the hexagonal sword's figure disappeared. However, a dragon's roar sounded, and a huge ship that was hundreds of feet long and had 3 floors on top and bottom sailed out from the green light. The huge ship's violent power directly crushed all the chi of heaven and earth in the vicinity, and the entire void seemed to be empty. The whole ship was filled with a powerful force that could cross the sea of stars and reached the other side, and no difficulties or obstacles could stop it. The first form of the hexagonal sword, the dragon flying ship. Pangaea landed on the dragon flying ship, and the ship immediately turned into a ray of green light that pierced through the heavens and earth. It was about to rush out from the magic formation in front of it. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded slightly. A magic treasure refined by a primordial soul stage mighty figure is indeed extraordinary. However, it was useless. Lin Feng's right hand formed a seal, and in his heart he said, Yin and Yang life and death formation. Activate the 6 paths of life and death, the change of heaven and earth. Activate. Endless cyclic purple chi surged into the magic formation and turned into a vast sky, shrouding the top of Pangaea and the dragon flying ship. The dragon flying ship's flying speed was 1,000 miles in a breath, and in the blink of an eye, it passed through countless time and space. However, no matter how fast it flew, it was still limited to this sky and could not fly out. This magic formation has some tricks up its sleeves. A slightly surprised voice came from the dragon flying ship, and in the midst of the light, its shape changed again, and the green light turned completely white. In the center of the white light, the huge ship that was hundreds of feet long suddenly shrank, and in the end, it turned into a 3-foot-long sword. The second form of the hexagonal sword, the justice sword, the supreme justice sword, the ruler of the heavens. Pangaea reached out and grabbed the justice sword, and in the middle of the yin and yang life and death formation, he slashed at the sky formed by the cyclic purple chi. In an instant, a white, bright, and majestic sword light slashed at the sky above his head, as if the sky was a piece of cloth, and his sword was going to cut a big hole in the cloth. Wherever the sword light passed, the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth was all destroyed, and a black line-like mark was left in the void. That was the entire space being destroyed by the justice sword. Good. The power of this sword of yours is comparable to the time when I destroyed the Yuaning instrument, the supreme formation breaking drum. The change of the sky really has the power to cut the heavens. Lin Feng smiled. If it was just the change of heaven and earth with the cyclic purple chi, I'm afraid it would have been broken by you. But now this is the real power of the change of heaven and earth. Endless dim yellow lights suddenly lit up in the yin and yang life and death formation, and the divine light of earth in the center, which was opposite to the cyclic purple chi, turned into a thick and heavy land in the formation. The land and the sky above were connected, and the heaven and earth merged, becoming one. The vast and boundless sky was vast and ethereal and could contain infinity. The deep and heavy land silently bore the weight of everything in the world. It was a complete world. The sky was above, and the thick land was below. It was extremely balanced, harmonious, and natural. The majestic sword light of the justice sword fell on this piece of heaven and earth like a gust of wind. No matter how violent the wind was, it could only destroy the things that existed in the world and could not affect the heaven and earth itself. Instead, with Lin Feng's method, the heaven and earth suddenly turned upside down, and a huge twisting force that could turn the heaven and earth upside down twisted Pangaea and the justice sword into a ball. What a fierce formation. Even if the real supreme formation breaking drum is here, I'm afraid it won't be able to break this formation by itself, the justice sword said anxiously. Change. In the depths of the white light, a ball of blue light suddenly lit up, and the justice sword's form changed once again, revealing the third form of the hexagonal sword. A blue shield appeared beside Pangaea, and as the blue light flashed, it expanded into a sphere, protecting Pangaea. The third form of the hexagonal sword, the unmovable void shield. Even if the heaven and earth outside collapse, I will stay in the void, immortal, indestructible, and indestructible. The 6 shaped swords transformed into the shape of the void shield, which immediately displayed a strong defensive power. It forcibly withstood the powerful attack launched by the heaven and earth change of the yin and yang life and death formation. However, in doing so, he was also trapped in the yin and yang life and death formation and could not escape. The onlookers on the wasteland outside the formation stared at the giant formation above their heads. Even though they had been shocked by Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong to the point of numbness, they were still shocked at this moment. That was a magic treasure. Although it was not defeated, it was trapped in the formation and could not move. Ancestor Qing Wei, and Ancestor Flying Fire, who stood on the opposite side, Yang Tonghui of the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect, who stood on the side of Lin Feng, or Wu Yunliang, and others who originally belonged to the neutral side, all fell into silence at this moment. The group that originally covered the sky, like the clouds of the end of the world, and came for Xianmen Tianzong, had collapsed in the blink of an eye. Yu Wanfeng, the sixth granduncle of the Yu family, had died. Yu Qianshan, the fifth granduncle of the Yu family, had died. Yuanying, true monarch of the Wind God sect, had died. Ancestor Yun Xiang's body had been blown apart. Yuanying had been captured. Zhang Hai, the head steward of the house of the Marquis of Xuanji, had been captured alive. Kong Chang, the head disciple of the Li Meng branch of the Shushan sword sect, had his body destroyed, and his sword infant captured alive. In the blink of an eye, other than Pang Jia, the Taoist world wanderer who carried the magic treasure hexagonal sword, and had cultivated the aspect of heaven and earth, no one else was a match for Lin Feng. Even the strongest Pang Jia, at this moment, together with the magic treasure hexagonal sword, was also trapped in the formation and could not get out. Lin Feng himself still looked calm. He did not look at Pang Jia and the hexagonal sword. Instead, he turned his attention back to Zhang Hai and Kong Chang, who had been sealed in the small worlds of the heavens. The small worlds of the heavens continued to collapse, and it seemed that they were about to be destroyed. Zhang Hai's struggle was futile, and his eyes were filled with despair. Lin Feng stood there silently, expressionless. He thought to himself, if you don't show yourself, he's dead meat. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, Master of the Mystic Gate, please have mercy. The voice was sharp, but the waves of magic power contained in it broke through the void. An old man dressed in a crimson robe appeared in front of the crowd. He was an old eunuch. However, the strong waves of magic power revealed his identity as a Yuanying cultivator. It's the great Zhou dynasty's chief eunuch of the ceremonial department, Eunuch Mei Wulang. Someone immediately recognized the identity of the person who came. The great Zhou dynasty's chief eunuch, Emperor Zhou Liangpan's trusted aide, Mei Wulang. Some people immediately became excited. Could it be that the great Zhou dynasty is going to start an all-out war with Xianmen Tianzong? Zhang Hai could only represent the Marquis of Xuanji, Zhu Hangu, while Mei Wulang was Emperor Zhou Liangpan's trusted aide. Lin Feng's expression was calm. Silently, he looked at Mei Wulang in front of him. Chapter 219. Eunuch Mei is also here. Is the great Zhou Empire going to start an all-out war with Xianmen Tianzong? The spectators discussed amongst themselves. Lin Feng's expression was calm as he calmly looked at Mei Wulang. Mei Wulang stopped not far from Lin Feng. He suddenly bowed respectfully towards Lin Feng. Old servant, Mei Wulang is here on His Majesty's orders to deliver a congratulatory gift to the master of the Xian Gate. This is just a small gift. I hope the master of the Xian Gate will kindly accept it. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. They stared closely at Mei Wulang, wanting to see if he was being sarcastic. But the more they looked, the more they felt something was wrong. Mei Wulang's expression was humble and his smile was warm. In the present world, perhaps only a primordial spirit cultivator could make him so respectful. More importantly, Mei Wulong was alone. Even though he was a late-stage Yuanian cultivator, Pang Jie's misfortune had already proved that late-stage Yuanian cultivators were not a match for Lin Feng. If he wanted to make things difficult for Lin Feng, he definitely wouldn't be like this. Some people subconsciously looked around. The famous Shenwu army of the Great Zhou Empire was nowhere to be seen. Mei Wulong completely ignored everyone's shocked gazes. He smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang's matter is purely a misunderstanding." He misunderstood Marquis Xuanji's intentions and disturbed your sect's opening ceremony. His Majesty specially ordered me to come here to apologize to the master of the Xian Gate. He clapped his hands lightly, and the space behind him split open. A group of people holding gift boxes slowly walked out on bright yellow clouds. The highest cultivation level of these people was only at the foundation establishment stage. Using them to deliver gifts clearly meant that they didn't have any enmity. One gift box after another was opened. One could see that even the boxes containing the gifts were high-quality magic items. Although each box was only half a meter long, they actually had a built-in space that could hold many things. The Great Zhou Empire's palace manager, Mei Wulong, personally announced the names. 1,000 kilograms of converged flint, 1,000 kilograms of purple swallow stone, 1,000 kilograms of turquoise stone, 1,000 kilograms of stalactite crystal. The others were truly shocked. The congratulatory gift sent by the Great Zhou dynasty was not fooling around at all. It was a serious and precious cultivation mineral: convergent flint, purple brilliant stone, turquoise marrow, condensed stalactite crystals, and other things were all extremely precious cultivation materials. Moreover, each of them weighed over 1,000 kilograms. With the status and wealth of the Great Zhou dynasty, these 1,000 pounds of materials were definitely not raw ores, but refined essence materials. The scorching flint was one of the best fire elemental materials for refining magic tools. One had to find volcanic lava that had erupted, cool it down, and then refine it from it. Even thousands of kilograms of volcanic ash might not be able to refine half a kilogram of scorching flint. The purple scarlet brilliant stone had to be specially selected from rocks that had been struck by the heavenly lightning of nature, and then refined from them. It was impossible to reach the standard by artificially casting lightning spells, so its preciousness could be imagined. The turquoise marrow had to be a 10,000-year-old tree that had been buried deep in the ground and turned into a fossil. However, it had to be excavated before it turned into coal, and the marrow-shaped liquid contained within could be extracted. There was no need to say much about the condensed stalactite crystal. After thousands of years in a cave, the stalactite would drip water rich with spirit qi. After collecting large amounts of spirit qi, 1,000 kilograms of spirit water would condense into a crystal the size of a human finger. Any one of these materials weighed half a kilogram, and the market price would be around 10 vermilion talismans. But now, the Great Zhou dynasty was offering 1,000 kilograms, and Mei Wulong's announcement had only just begun. 100 ice illusion divine stones, 10 primordial essence crystals, 5 buckets of emerald sand, 5 kilograms of dark light enigmatic iron. Everyone was speechless. Quite a few of them stared at the attendant holding the gift box behind Mei Wulong. Their eyes were bloodshot. If it wasn't for the fact that this item was a transaction between the Great Zhou dynasty and Xianmen Tianzong, they would definitely take the risk and rush up to snatch it. In fact, if it wasn't for the overwhelming strength that Lin Feng had displayed earlier, they would definitely have tried to snatch it as well. These items were just too precious. 100, 10, 5 buckets, 5 kilograms. It didn't sound like it could compare to the 1,000 kilograms of gifts from before. The number was so small that it was almost negligible, But those who truly understood the value of these treasures knew that any one of the last 4 items would be worth more than all of the previous ones. Ice Illusion Divine Stone was a peak ice attribute refining material. It was condensed from 10,000-year profound ice and had the concept of space fused into it. Just a single one was enough to cause others to fight over it, let alone 100 of them. Primordial Essence Crystal was one of the miraculous items formed when the heavens and the earth were created. It contained the purest spirit chi of the world and the true meaning of creation. Emerald Sand and Dark Light Enigmatic Iron were the 6 great miraculous metals of the world. They were both the best materials for refining flying swords. If 1 or even a few grams of it were added to a flying sword, the sword strength would increase by a level, and it would have special uses that were different from ordinary swords. Seeing these items, not to mention the cultivators of the small sex, even young Tong Hui, Ancestor Flying Fire, and Ancestor Qingwei were slightly envious. The 3 of them looked at each other and were speechless. They thought at the same time, the Great Zhou Dynasty is going to put in a lot of money this time. The Great Zhou Dynasty was indeed putting in a lot of money. After a large number of precious cultivation materials, there were 20 sets of purple micro fairy robes. They were magic tools of the golden elixir period. They were refined with precious materials and the power of the purple micro star of the 3 enclosures of the starry sky. Their defensive power against spells was second to none. The items that Liang Pan gave were all sets. There was the purple micro fairy robe for magic clothing, the Fengyi sacrificial sword for magic swords, the Rui jadeite, and the coiled dragon jade belt, which looked like accessories, but were also powerful golden elixir period magic tools. There were 20 of each. Even though the Great Zhou Dynasty was rich, taking out so many items at once would hurt their vitality. After the gifts were all announced, Mei Wulong took out a white jade scroll from his sleeve and said to Lin Feng respectfully, "His Majesty knows that Mr. Zhangde and the Xianmen sect's leader are at odds. He is deeply worried and ordered me to give you this jade scroll as an apology." The jade scroll opened and emitted a dazzling white light. In the center of the white light was a shining crown. 2 shadows were projected from the crown. One of the shadows was dignified and sacred, while the other was evil and domineering. The 2 shadows merged together and produced a violent energy wave, as if it could tear the void at any time. The Yuanying magic tool, the Ghost God Golden Crown. Wu Yunliang and Meng Chaoren looked at each other and sighed at the same time. Meng Chaoren said, "If it's to buy Zhang Hai's life, these things are clearly too expensive. 1 life. It's more than enough to buy 10 lives." Wu Yunliang slowly nodded his head. "The Great Zhou Dynasty wants to form an alliance with Xianmen Tianzong." Meng Chaoren frowned. But the Xianmen sect's leader and the Marquis of Xuanji, Xu Hongwu, don't seem to get along. A rift will eventually appear between them. Liang Pan can't let his trusted subordinates' hearts turn cold because of an outsider. But before the rift breaks, both sides will have common interests. Wu Yunliang's eyes flashed, saying in a low voice, "Befriend distant enemies and attack close ones. The simplest and plainest principle is often the most correct. Befriend distant enemies and attack close ones." Meng Chaoren chewed on these words and immediately understood. Even though Yujing Mountain can travel through space, the power structure of the Divine Land has already stabilized. Only Kunlun Mountain is relatively empty. Lin Feng's foundation is in Kunlun Mountain. Between him and the Great Zhou Dynasty is the Qin Dynasty and Mount Shu Sword Sect. Even if the 2 sides have conflicts, they can still coexist peacefully for a short period of time. On the contrary, they can attack the other powers between the 2 together. In a situation where Lin Feng is at odds with the Yu family and Mount Shu Sword Sect at the same time, this makes the Great Zhou Dynasty even more assured in roping him in. Of course, the prerequisite is that Lin Feng has to display his strength and have the value to be roped in. Meng Chaoran suddenly raised his head and looked towards Wu Yunliang. The great Zhou dynasty has intentions of making a move against the great Qin dynasty. Wu Yunliang nodded his head, his eyes shining brightly. This is precisely our Beyond Heaven Mountains chance. Meng Chaoran suddenly said, however, just the strength that Xianmen Tianzong has displayed right now is only on par with the Celeritas sword sect and the Blaze sword sect. It doesn't seem to be enough for the great Zhou dynasty to invest so much capital. Wu Yunliang said, maybe there are other reasons, we'll wait and see. His heart felt a bit cold because Wu Yunliang suddenly thought of before, when Zhang Hai was just about to make a move against Zhu Yi, Lin Feng said something that seemed to make people scratch their heads. In the end, the great Zhou dynasty is still Emperor Liang Pan of Zhou, who calls the shots. At the time he was baffled, but connecting it to the scene in front of him, Wu Yunliang said, could it be that the master of the Xian Gate already predicted that this would happen? Lin Feng calmly looked at Mei Wulong and the attendants behind him, smiling faintly, saying, I welcome every friendly fellow cultivator. He pointed with a finger, and the little world that trapped Zhang Hai once again turned into clouds of purple gas, releasing Zhang Hai, who was originally close to despair. Zhang Hai stared at Lin Feng with a dazed expression for a while, then looked at Mei Wulong. After a long time he sighed, but didn't say anything. Emperor Liang Pan of Zhou's actions with such great fanfare, the Marquis of Xuanji, Zhu Hongwu, must have agreed. Even if he didn't agree, he must have tacitly agreed. The reason why he didn't inform Zhang Hai is probably because he didn't give up wanting to test Lin Feng's true strength. Looking at it now, Zhang Hai has successfully played the role of a touchstone. From a certain perspective, this trip was not made in vain. Only completing his mission like this made Zhang Hai laugh bitterly in his heart, not saying anything. Lin Feng released Zhang Hai, but it's not over. He directly released the Mount Shu sword cultivator Kong Chang, who was also sealed in his little world. This time, everyone present was shocked. Even Mei Wulong inwardly furrowed his brows. Lin Feng dared to beat Kong Chang to this state. That means he clearly isn't afraid of the Mount Shu sword sect's revenge. But why did he release Kong Chang now? Kong Chang himself was also shocked and suspicious. Just what? But Lin Feng didn't wait for him to finish, directly using a cloud of purple gas to wrap around his sword nascent soul, sending it before Yang Tonghui. Then he said faintly, today is the day I open my mountain and accept a disciple. I've already seen enough blood. This Kong true monarch, I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist, Yang, to send him back to Mount Shu. Yang Tonghui stared blankly, his expression instantly becoming strange. Right now, Kong Chang falling into the hands of the heavenly sword sect was no different from a hot potato. If it wasn't handled well, there would be great trouble. But if it was handled properly, there would be great benefits. This master of the profound gate, could it be? Yang Tonghui's heart moved, his expression becoming more and more complicated. And Lin Feng no longer paid attention to him, turning his head to look at the distant horizon. He said faintly, old friends reunite, aren't you going to come out and meet? In the distant horizon, the clouds instantly dispersed, revealing a person's figure. Chapter 220. In the distant sky, the clouds dispersed, revealing the figure of a young girl in green. She looked down at the clear stream, calm and at ease. She had a noble aura and exquisite features. It was the successor of the Taishu Temple, Yan Mingyue, whom he had met in Wuzhou City. Yan Mingyue seemed to be on the horizon, but with a step, she had already arrived. She brushed her hair behind her ear and looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Sect leader Lin, how have you been? Those who recognized Yan Mingyue were shocked. Yan Mingyue, isn't that the previous Taoism world walker? She's been missing for so many years. Why is she suddenly here today? Many people looked at the yin and yang life and death formation in the sky. Although their vision was blocked, everyone knew that the Taoism world walker after Yan Mingyue Pangjie was currently in the formation. Lin Feng looked at Yan Mingyue, then at the great Zhou dynasty's palace manager, Mei Wulong. Among everyone present, only Mei Wulong's expression was calm. He was not surprised by Yan Mingyue's appearance at all. At this moment, Lin Feng understood that Yan Mingyue and Mei Wulong had come together. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind, but Lin Feng did not show it on his face. He smiled slightly. Congratulations, fellow Yan. Not only have you obtained a new life, but your cultivation has also improved. Yan Mingyue smiled. I also have to thank sect leader Lin for your help in the past. Mingyue cannot thank you enough. She flipped her palm and held up a fist-sized scarlet bead. The bead itself was a transparent crystal. The crystal's core even flickered with a bright flame. From afar, it looked like a human's eyeball. The moment this item appeared, it instantly overshadowed all the gifts that Mei Wulong had brought. Only the ghost god golden crown could barely compare. However, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He carefully sensed the energy waves within it and immediately discovered that this was a treasure that was even more valuable than the ghost god golden crown. He looked up at Yan Mingyue. This is a Dharma treasure, embryo. The moment he said this, the surroundings instantly fell silent. The word magic treasure carried too much weight. Although the hexagonal sword was trapped in the yin and yang life and death formation by Lin Feng and seemed to be in a very difficult situation, it was because the power of the heaven and earth change of Lin Feng's yin and yang life and death formation was too strong. If it were an ordinary magic formation, it would have been broken by the hexagonal sword. In the divine land, apart from the yin and yang life and death formation, there were only a handful of formations that could trap the hexagonal sword. Yan Mingyue nodded. This treasure's name is Vermilion Flame Demon Eye. It was formed from the eyeball of a primordial sky dragon that attained an indestructible demon soul. It contains the primordial sky dragon's fiery divine powers and dharmic powers. It can be used as a Dharma treasure embryo to refine Dharma treasures. Lin Feng smiled and put away the red flame demonic eyes. Then he reached out and waved his hand. The yin and yang life and death formation turned back into a light spot and returned to his hand. Pangjie and the hexagonal sword broke free from the restriction of the magic formation. Seeing Yan Mingyue, Pangjie's eyes flashed with a clear understanding. He came to Yan Mingyue's side with a calm expression and said lightly, "Congratulations, senior sister, Yan Mingyue, you..." The hexagonal sword spirit wanted to say something, but it seemed to have noticed something and swallowed its words halfway. Yan Mingyue nodded. "Junior brother Pang, senior hexagon, long time no see." Pangjie asked, "Senior sister Yan, you haven't returned to White Cloud Mountain?" Yan Mingyue smiled. "After congratulating sect leader Lin's opening ceremony, I plan to go back and take a look." Upon hearing that, Pangjie said, "That's great. Sect leader and the elders miss you very much." From the side, Lin Feng watched the two of them exchange pleasantries. He couldn't help but feel that it was extremely interesting. They obviously wanted to strangle each other, but on the surface, they looked like they loved each other. If it wasn't for the fact that Chun Gang had told him about the internal struggles of the Taishu Temple, Lin Feng would also have been fooled by their acting. At this moment, Pangjie suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Feng. His gaze was a little strange. There was a little probing in it, as if he wanted to see through Lin Feng. Lin Feng calmly looked at him. After a moment, Pangjie lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. Silently, he retreated behind Yan Mingyue. He actually gave the lead to Yan Mingyue. It seemed that his pride didn't allow him to lower his head to Lin Feng. However, the situation was stronger than he was, so he couldn't fight Lin Feng head-on. However, when Lin Feng saw this scene, his pupils contracted slightly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said calmly, "Fellow Taoist Pang, you are welcome to visit my Yujing Mountain at any time." Pang Jie's body trembled slightly, but he still didn't say anything. Yan Mingyue's eyes revealed some surprise. After looking closely at Pang Jie, her lips curved in a smile of understanding. She didn't say anything else. At this moment, Lin Feng turned around and said to the others present, "Although there were some small disturbances, our sect's opening ceremony this time will still be held as scheduled. Thank you all for coming. Now, follow me up the mountain." As he spoke, a dense sea of purple qi surged into Yujing Mountain, revealing the true appearance of this white jade immortal mountain. Lin Feng flew up Yujing Mountain first. Xiao Yan and the others followed behind him. Yan Mingyue smiled slightly. She took the lead and flew to the top of Yujing Mountain. Mei Wulong and a group of attendants followed closely behind. But Pang Jie didn't move, silently stood where he was, watching the others climb the mountain. The others exchanged a few glances before flying toward Jade Capital Mountain in groups of 2s and 3s. Some of them glanced at Pang Jie's lonely figure before quickly averting their gazes. They did not dare to show any pity or disdain. Even if Pang Jie was defeated by Lin Feng and his limelight was stolen by Yan Mingyue, he was not someone they could humiliate. Yang Tonghui put away Kong Chang's sword infant and said to Patriarch Qing Wei and Patriarch Fei Hua, "Let's go together." Then he flew up on his sword and led a group of Heavenly Sword Sect disciples to Yujing Mountain. Patriarch Qing Wei and Patriarch Fei Hua looked at each other, sighed, and followed behind Yang Tonghui. They were conflicted, but Yang Tonghui was not relaxed either. He smiled bitterly in his heart. "Sect Leader Lin, oh Sect Leader Lin, you have really given the Heavenly Sword Sect a difficult problem." As soon as they ascended Mount Yujing, everyone was shocked. They could feel the abundant spiritual energy on the fairy mountain, as well as the profound principles and artistic conception. They were all fascinated and felt that this trip to Mount Yujing was already worth it. Yan Mingyue's eyes shone brightly as she thought to herself, "Such a celestial mountain cave. In my life, only my sect's White Cloud Mountain, the great Thunderclap Monastery's pure land of ultimate bliss, and Shushan can compare." She smiled lightly. "Long Yi, I'm afraid you don't know how precious Yujing Mountain is. Do you regret it now?" Wu Yunliang and Meng Chaoren also landed on Yujing Mountain. They were both shocked. They looked at each other and could see the admiration in each other's eyes. As long as Pang Jie and Kong Chang are not dead, Taishu Temple and Shu Mountain Sword Sect will not fight to the death with Xianmen Tianzong, Wu Yunliang said softly. Meng Chaoren nodded in agreement with his senior brother's point of view. Pang Jie and Kong Chang, while their statuses are not low, are only second-generation disciples of their respective sections. The strength of Taishu Temple and Shu Mountain Sword Sect is beyond doubt, but the master of the Xianmen sect has great cultivation and has this mountain. If they want him to die, the price is very high. Taishu Temple and Shu Mountain Sword Sect have to be careful. Wu Yunliang nodded and sighed. If the opponent is weak, they can be wiped out easily. But when the opponent is strong, even if they can win, they have to think twice. As the saying goes, pull one hair and the whole body moves. If they are not careful, they will be taken advantage of. The Tempest Temple is a good example. If it was not for that incident, how could a holy land of Buddhism be destroyed so easily? Even if the Tempest Temple was destroyed, the one who benefited in the end was the Great Zhou Dynasty, Taishu Temple, and the Nine Heavens Sword League gained very little. Instead, they lost many great cultivators. This kind of thing happened once is enough. Meng Chaoran replied, "There is no death feud, and the benefits are not enough. Taishu Temple and Shu Mountain Sword Sect may be dissatisfied, but at most, it will be a few primordial spirit venerables who come looking for trouble. The sect, as a whole, will not easily make a move." Wu Yunliang laughed bitterly. "But I am afraid that we will return empty-handed from this trip to the Sand Continent." Silently, Meng Chaoran said, "We will do our best and leave the rest to fate." When everyone arrived at the top of the mountain, they saw 20 boys around 7 or 8 years old standing neatly in 2 rows, waiting respectfully. These boys were all wearing purple clothes that fit their bodies. Their faces were white and ruddy. They were all very cute. Their bodies were full of spiritual energy, and their eyes were clear like newborn babies. They were full of innate energy, and were not polluted by the filth of the mortal world. Seeing Lin Feng and the others, the group of boys first bowed to Lin Feng. Their clear and melodious voices rang out, "Welcome back to the mountain, Patriarch." Then they bowed to Yin, Mingyue, and the others. "Welcome, honored guests. Please forgive us if we did not serve you well." After living on Jade Capital Mountain for more than half a year, these boys, who were almost refined into elixirs in the past, had recovered to a good state of mind. They had also digested a part of the medicinal power and spiritual energy contained in the tripod void pill in their bodies. Under the guidance of Zhu Yi and Kang Nanhua, they had practiced Tao techniques. At this moment, the spiritual energy circulating around their bodies was quite extraordinary. After bowing to the guests, the group of boys bowed to Xiao Yan and the others Kang Nanhua and Miao Shihao. "Welcome back to the mountain, masters. Welcome back to the mountain, Mr. Kang and Mr. Miao." Seeing this, Yang Tongwei couldn't help but praise. "Sect leader Lin has taught you well. Even your boys are so outstanding." "You flatter us." Lin Feng smiled. Ancestor Flying Fire's eyes swept across the top of Jade Capital Mountain. His eyes suddenly flashed, but he didn't say anything. At this moment, he was afraid that he wouldn't keep a low profile and anger Lin Feng. Naturally, he wouldn't put himself in danger. Lin Feng saw his actions. How could he not know what this old brat was thinking? It was nothing more than secretly mocking his sect for being bare. Next, it was time to witness a miracle. Lin Feng thought about this sentence twice, and almost didn't say it out loud. He stopped his mischievous thoughts and smiled leisurely. "My profound gate was created very hastily. I'm sorry to make you laugh at my crudeness." As he spoke, Lin Feng raised his hand, and a ray of light flew into the sky. Chapter 2:21. My Taoist Xianmen was just created, so I'm sorry for my rudeness. As Lin Feng spoke, he activated the hidden system construction token. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light flew into the sky. The ray of light drew an arc in the sky and suddenly dispersed in the air, turning into a ball of light. Slowly, it landed under the mysterious sky treasure tree. The light dissipated, and everyone's eyes widened. The ball of light gradually revealed its true appearance. It was a majestic palace. The light and shadow lines gradually solidified and finally became solid. The majestic palace also landed on the peak of Yujing Mountain. The main hall of the palace was 90 feet high, 18 rooms wide, and immeasurably deep. Its entire body flickered with a faint purplish gold color. The 4 corners of the eaves were slanted, and on them sat the 4 saints, the dragon, the phoenix, the tortoise, and the Kirin. The palace was surrounded by solemn white jade railings. The overall material looked somewhat similar to Yujing Mountain, surrounding the entire main hall. Connected to the railings were 9 flights of stairs made of the same material, making the foundation of the main hall high like a stairway to heaven. The entire main hall was high up, overlooking all living beings. At the top of the main hall, there was an illusory nebula floating. It was as bright as the Milky Way, profound, vast, and boundless. Solar celestial sun, lunar celestial Yin, gold celestial Taibai, with celestial Jupiter, water celestial star, fire celestial star, and earth celestial star. As the stars moved, only the 7 eternal stars hung above the galaxy. They were like the rulers of the heavens, controlling all living beings. Below the foundation of the main hall, which was 9 flights of stairs, was quiet and dark. There seemed to be a wheel of light slowly rotating there. The wheel of light revealed an eternal existence. It was not affected by the will of the outside world, but determined the will of everything. It determined the fate of all living beings. 1 lifetime, 10 lifetimes, 100 lifetimes, 1,000 lifetimes. Like the torrent of history, the wheel of fate, it kept moving forward. No existence could stop it. Everything was predestined, unstoppable, unchangeable. In the netherworld, this eternally rotating wheel of light rotated, arranged, and recorded the lives of all living beings in the universe, the cycle of life and death. The 7 luminaries above his head remained eternally motionless, while the netherworld below his feet rotated endlessly. There was a plaque above the main entrance of the hall, and the 2 words heavens were written on it. It revealed a powerful concept of immortality and the vicissitudes of the world. Everyone blankly stared at this hall of all heavens in front of them. Not only Yang Tonghui and the others who came to observe the ceremony, even Lin Feng's Xiao Yan and the other disciples, as well as Kong Nanhua and Miao Shihao, were a bit dazed as they stared at this extremely flashy main palace hall of their own sect. After a long time, Wu Yunliang came back to his senses. He looked at Meng Chao Ran and smiled bitterly. Why do I feel that our main hall of Beyond the Heavens Mountain is like a thatched hut compared to this palace of theirs? Meng Chao Ran nodded without hesitation. Moreover, it's the kind of thatched hut that can be blown down by a gust of wind at any time. Yen Mingyue's eyes flickered as she thought to herself, creating something out of nothing? With such a divine ability, his true cultivation base is probably even higher than I expected. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the hall. His performance was undoubtedly to leave a deep impression in the hearts of Yen Mingyue, Mei Wulong, and Yang Tonghui, but at the same time, it was also to make those youths who were about to become his disciples more loyal. Lin Feng thanked true monarch Hurricane, Yuan Feng, and the others from the bottom of his heart. They were all good people who were willing to sacrifice themselves for others. In the previous battle in the wasteland, Lin Feng's attack was a demonstration of his strength. But the previous battle with Xiao Yan and the others was simply a demonstration of the results of Xianmen Tianzong's education. Invincible in the same realm, golden elixir against Yuanying. He believed that after today, Xianmen Tianzong's name would spread throughout the great heaven primordial world. To those young geniuses that were about to enter the sect, it revealed to them a great path of the future that flickered with golden light and great prospects. But in order to protect them, Lin Feng had always used his spiritual power to protect them. So even though Xiao Yan and the others were fighting fiercely outside, for these youths, they were still shocked. But after all, there was still a layer between them, and they did not have a deep enough understanding. Right now, Lin Feng was going to use the sect construction token to create something out of nothing to carve a deep impression in their minds. He was going to let them know that there was definitely a future if they followed the founder. The effect was quite good. The group of youths, regardless of whether they had seen the world or not, were all tongue-tied at this moment, and their eyes shone brightly. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Feng's hands did not stop. He flicked his fingers, and another 3 streaks of light flew into the air, and then landed together in the empty space behind the Hall of All Heavens. On the left was a large number of houses that looked like houses. At first glance, they seemed simple and unadorned, but the details gave people a feeling of magnificence. The houses were overflowing with spiritual energy, and the density was even higher than that of Yujing Mountain. This was because there was a formation in the houses that continuously attracted the spiritual energy from Yujing Mountain to gather here. Ancestor Fei, who looked at the disciples' houses in shock. Even though he did not really enter, with his Yuanying realm cultivation, he could feel the density of the spiritual energy just by standing outside. Living and cultivating here is really twice the result with half the effort. Ancestor Fei, who gritted his teeth. It's not just twice the result with half the effort. Even AF * King Pig would become a demon after a few years in here. Under Lin Feng's arrangements, the other 2 buildings were placed on the other side of the mysterious sky treasure tree, facing the disciples' houses. 2 ancient-looking palaces stood side by side. Waves of medicinal fragrance wafted out from one of the palaces. Just by smelling it, one would feel comfortable all over. Some cultivators even felt that the bottleneck that they had been stuck at for many years had slightly loosened. This was the alchemy room. With a thought from Lin Feng, the doors of the alchemy room opened. In the center of the floor of the palace, there was an 8 trigrams, and in the center of the 8 trigrams was an alchemy furnace. Outside the floor of the palace, there were several praying mats. Silently, there was a wind and fire cattail leaf fan placed on the praying mats. There were many large gourds hanging on the walls. If these gourds were used to store pills, not only would the medicinal power not be lost, but it would also become stronger and stronger under the nourishment of the gourds. Lin Feng sensed for a moment and found that even though the alchemy furnace in the alchemy room was also a high-grade one, it was still slightly inferior. Thus, with a wave of his hand, the alchemy furnace that he had prepared disappeared, and the outer core furnace landed in the center of the alchemy room. Yang Tongwei looked at it curiously. Sect leader Lin, this furnace is called the outer core furnace. Lin Feng smiled. I obtained it by chance, and I think it's not bad. All the knowledgeable people sucked in a breath of cold air. It's not just not bad, it's so powerful. Yang Tongwei clicked his tongue in wonder. I heard that this furnace can only be ignited by spiritual fires, at least at the level of Scarlet Thunder Fire and Akalanatha's Fury Fire. It's wonderful. It can also trigger one's own heart fire to make the firepower stronger. The success rate of alchemy is at least 30% higher than that of ordinary alchemy furnaces. It's just that this furnace has been missing for nearly 1,000 years. I didn't expect it to be in the hands of sect leader Lin. Lin Feng smiled. It's also a lucky chance. He turned to look at Xiao Yan and threw the token of the alchemy room to him. After the construction of the building was completed, the token only had the function of management. Xiao Yan, you are in charge of the alchemy room. From now on, you are the master of the alchemy room. Xiao Yan took the token and turned to look at the alchemy room and the outer core furnace. He smiled and bowed, saying, Master, I will obey your order. Ancestor Qing Wei, who had been silent all the time, smiled bitterly in his heart. This boy has a talent in alchemy? Alas, it's really hard this time. The pavilion adjacent to the alchemy room was the Sutras Depository. Lin Feng didn't open this building to the public, but just gave a brief introduction. Everyone could understand, but they were all curiously looking at the Sutras Depository, which was nearly 30 feet high and divided into 3 floors. I wonder if there are any Taoist classics of Xianmen Tianzong in this Sutras depository. Lin Feng held the token of the Sutras depository in his hand, looked at Wang Lin, and said lightly, "Xiao Lin, work hard on your cultivation. The day you form your gold core will be the day you take over this Sutras depository." Wang Lin took a deep breath and bowed. "I will not let you down, Master." Lin Feng then turned his head and looked towards Zhu Yi. "Xiao Yi, from today onwards, you will be the head instructor of our Xian Gate's new disciples. All of the disciples will first lay their foundations under you, and after finishing their apprenticeship with you, they will then listen to the teachings of others. Peaceful, dignified, fair, and strict. These are the requirements and expectations I have for you." Zhu Yi straightened his clothes and bowed to the ground. Slowly, he said, "I will follow Master's instructions." Seeing Lin Feng looking at him, the little guy stuck out his tongue and lowered his head to take a peek. When he saw Lin Feng smiling and shaking his head, the little guy immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Mei, Wulong, and Zhang Hai looked at each other when they saw this. They didn't say anything, but there was a hint of worry in their eyes. At this moment, Lin Feng brought everyone to the front of the All Heavens Hall. The heavy doors of the hall suddenly opened, and waves of pleasant celestial music came from the hall. The hall was surrounded by purple mist, and it was bright. Looking up at the top of the hall, it was actually a starry sky. There were countless stars, and they outlined countless wonderful trajectories. Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he already landed on the main seat of the hall. He sat cross-legged, and his attitude was relaxed. He didn't look serious, but in the eyes of everyone, he was full of majesty. Xiao Yan and the others already knew the process, so they separated and led Yan Mingyue and the others to stand on the two sides of the hall to watch the ceremony. Kang Nanhua and Miao Shihao stood below Lin Feng, and they smiled as they watched Zhu Yi lead the group of disciples into the hall and came to the front of Lin Feng's throne. It was reasonable but unexpected. The two people in front of the group of disciples were a gentle and polite young man in white and a girl in red with red hair and red eyebrows. They were Yang Qing and Yu Hongyan. In the Battle of the Wasteland, the two of them were the first to be completely convinced by Lin Feng. The two of them stood at the front of the line of disciples, and they led everyone to kneel in front of Lin Feng's throne. Disciple pays respect to the founder. Lin Feng looked at the people below, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. A voice echoed in his mind, "This is my sect." This voice belonged to Lin Feng himself. Then, the system notification sounded in his ears. "Congratulations to the host for officially establishing the sect's foundation and recruiting 30 disciples with a total potential value of more than 25 to lay the second stage of the sect's foundation. Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission 2.0. Special reward for the main mission released." Chapter 222. After the apprenticeship ceremony was completed, Lin Feng's Xianmen Tianzong's recruitment of disciples had come to a successful conclusion. Overall, under the wise leadership of Lin Feng, the 4 progeny disciples had each displayed their talents, and the invading enemies were defeated one after another, suffering cruel blows. A total of 34 good seedlings with a combined potential value of 25 and above were accepted by Lin Feng, successfully achieving the set goal. He was certain that this was a successful and memorable opening ceremony that was worth learning from by the majority of his colleagues. In fact, the total number of disciples who entered this time was more than 50. Other than those with a combined potential value of 25 and above, there were also some people with a combined potential value of more than 20 and close to 25. Among this group of people, those with better character and temperament were also accepted by Lin Feng. For the first time, Lin Feng's principle was quality over quantity. His own sect was indeed in the initial stage. if he accepted too many disciples at once. Firstly, there wouldn't be enough resources to distribute, and secondly, there wouldn't be enough energy to teach. Therefore, most of the disciples with lower talent had already been eliminated when they were in Sand Continent City. Although it was a little cruel, Lin Feng could only harden his heart and make a decision. And among the disciples that were accepted, what made Lin Feng the happiest was that there were two monstrous figures with a combined potential value of more than 30. That was Yu Hongyan and Yang Qing. Both of them were directly accepted as progeny disciples by Lin Feng, and they also directly gave Lin Feng 2 lucky draw chances. Although it was given by the system, it could also be regarded as a gift for the two of them to acknowledge him as their master. It could not be said to be insignificant. In Lin Feng's disciple system, there was also a list of the two people's notes. Name: Yu Hongyan, age 17 years and 5 months current cultivation. Middle stage foundation establishment, spirit platform realm potential attribute. Root bone -8, comprehension -8, will -7, fortune -7. Recommended education plan. Recommended to practice fire type Tao techniques. In terms of supernatural powers, recommended to focus on physical martial arts as the main development direction. Name: Yang Qing, age 17 years and 1 month current cultivation. Middle stage foundation establishment, spirit platform realm potential attribute. Root bone 9, comprehension 9, will 5, fortune 8. Recommended education plan. It is recommended to cultivate water-type Tao techniques. As for divine abilities, it is recommended to focus on spells as the main direction of development. In addition, he is quite talented in the cultivation of spiritual herbs, so I suggest that he train him in this area. Note: his willpower is relatively low, and he is prone to large fluctuations in the process of cultivation. You need to pay close attention. Lin Feng flipped through the two's information, all kinds of thoughts running through his mind. Kang Nanhua and the others were responsible for seeing off the guests who came to attend the ceremony, so there was no need to trouble Lin Feng. The opening ceremony ended successfully. Everyone in Xianmen Tianzong was in a good mood. However, when the guests left, they all had conflicted expressions on their faces. The cultivators in the northern foothills of Kunlun Mountain were all sad about the sudden rise of such a giant force in the area where their sect was located. Ancestor Feihua came in high spirits, but returned in disappointment. He was secretly glad that Lin Feng did not make trouble for him. Ancestor Qing Wei's mouth was full of bitterness, as if he had eaten gold thread. If he had to say it himself, it would be like his stomach was full of gold thread, and his throat was full of it. Yang Tonghui, who was guarding Kong Chang's nascent soul, was also conflicted. The next response of the Heavenly Sword sect was like stepping on a tightrope, but if it was handled well, the Heavenly Sword sect would gain great benefits from it. Yang Tonghui felt hot just thinking about it, so he continued to feel pain and happiness. As for Wu Yunliang and Meng Chaoran, although they had the opportunity to talk with Lin Feng in private, the result was really not optimistic for them. Lin Feng did not mind their behavior. Heavenly Mountain was different from the Heavenly Sword sect. They did not have any friendship before, and Lin Feng did not show enough strength. It was normal that the other side did not bet on him. Lin Feng's thinking had always been very simple. If you did not have enough strength, why should the neutral side favor you? They don't owe you anything. But on the other hand, I don't owe anyone anything. It's impossible to get something from me empty-handed. After sending off Wu Yunliang and Meng Chaoran, there was only one group of guests left. Looking at Yan Mingyue standing in front of him, Lin Feng said lightly, "A red flame demon, I is far from enough." If others heard Lin Feng say this, they would probably be shocked. A magic treasure embryo was not enough for the opening gift, but Yan Mingyue's expression was calm. She was well aware of the meaning behind Lin Feng's words, very straightforwardly nodding her head. I understand. The girl in cyan smiled slightly. I promise that there will be a reward. Lin Feng stared at her for a moment, lightly saying, I hope that I can bear the consequences of fellow Taoist Yan. Yan Mingyue smiled and said, Of course, otherwise I can't bear the revenge of sect leader Lin. Oh, there is one more thing. Lin Feng suddenly remembered something. He flicked his finger and a black smoke landed on the ground. It turned into a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. This person's skin was a strange purple-black color. Above his lips were two thick and long beards. On his head were two forked horns. It was the black dragon Jieyu in human form. His body exuded a strong, majestic aura, as if he was the ruler of the world. But in front of Lin Feng, this aura disappeared. He respectfully bowed to Lin Feng and said, Sect leader. Jieyu stood up and turned to look at Yan Mingyue. He nodded and said, Goddess Yan, long time no see. Yan Mingyue saw Jieyu and smiled. So, you are now following sect leader Lin. Lin Feng waved his hand. I called him out to ask if he is interested in returning to Taishu Temple with you. Jieyu's expression changed. Yan Mingyue smiled and said, leisurely, I think a certain dragon will not be willing to go back. Oh, Lin Feng was a little surprised. He turned to look at Jieyu. Although Jieyu was not mistreated here, he was not treated well either. He did not get anything good. Half of the gunmetal Tiger King's corpse was refined by Lin Feng into the golden tiger clone, and the other half was given to Tunten. As for the essence of the demon infant, 1/3 of it was refined into the golden tiger disc for Tiny. 1/3 was used to refine the golden tiger clone. Although the remaining 1/3 was still in Lin Feng's hands, Jieyu did not get it. Most importantly, it was said that dragons were lustful. He did not have any female spirit beasts here for him to seduce. Forget about Tunten. That fierce lowly would not be interested in Jieyu. It was good enough that he did not eat Jieyu. Jieyu was willing to accept such treatment. Instead, he did not want to return to Taishu Temple. Lin Feng looked at Jieyu and slowly said, There are many reasons why I kept you here. If you want to return to Taishu Temple, I will not make things difficult for you. At this point, Jieyu's head shook like a drum. No, Sect Master, I don't want to go back. I'm fine here. Please don't chase me away. Lin Feng was shocked, looking at Jieyu's appearance. If it wasn't for Yan Mingyue at the side, he would have pounced over and hugged Lin Feng's legs while crying. Yan Mingyue could not help but laugh at the side, and explained, Sect Master Lin, it's like this, whereas Jieyu, he married a female primordial sky dragon in our Great Void Temple's dragon pond. Yes, that female dragon is at the Demon King level. As she said this, Lin Feng suddenly understood. After all this time, it's because the husband's discipline is weak, and he's afraid of his wife. After understanding, Lin Feng was a little speechless. Comparing it to Tunten, he felt like 100,000 horses were galloping in his heart. Damn it, are all demons like this? What a disgrace to men, no, to male demons. Since Jieyu was unwilling to leave, Lin Feng did not force him and sent Yan Mingyue down the mountain. After the last guest left Yujing Mountain, the mysterious Heaven Treasure Tree at the top of the mountain suddenly released a dazzling light, its branches and leaves swaying together. The light broke through the void, and the entire Yujing Mountain flew into the sky. The enormous white jade Immortal Mountain gradually disappeared into the void. The majestic Immortal Mountain came and went in a leisurely manner, vanishing from the wastelands outside Sand Continent City as if it had never existed. This almost miraculous scene would become the most famous legend of Sand Continent City in the future. Yan Mingyue stood on the clouds, watching Yujing Mountain disappear into the void. After a long time, she sighed softly and did not say anything. Behind her, Pang Jia slowly said, "The entire mountain and cave abode is hidden in the chaotic void, and its whereabouts are unknown. In such a situation, it is impossible to find trouble with him even if we want to. Unless the supreme experts of Taishu Temple come out in full force and join forces to search the void, there is no way to stop him." Silently, Yen Mingwe said, "You know that is impossible." "Yes, I know. He is not a demon." Pang Jia's tone was calm. "Moreover, there are others watching from the sidelines. If Taishu Temple comes out in full force, we will be exposed. I believe many people will be happy to see that happen." His gaze moved between Yen Mingwe and Mei Wulong. Mei Wulong smiled humbly and did not reply. Yen Mingwe did not respond to Pang Jia's hidden rebuke. She only smiled faintly. If not for sect leader Lin's reminder, "Junior brother Pang, I would have almost been fooled. When did you refine such a late Yuanying clone? If I am not wrong, you have not ascended to the Yuanying stage yet." Pang Jia said calmly, "Everyone has their own fortuitous encounters. Isn't senior apprentice sister Yen the same as well? I really have to thank the master of the Mystic Gate for giving me a head-on blow." He gazed in the direction that Yujing Mountain had disappeared. "I am going back to White Cloud Mountain. If I can gain anything this time, half of the credit will go to the master of the Mystic Gate, and the other half to you, senior sister. Thank you for working together to teach me a lesson." With that, Pang Jia's body broke through the void and disappeared. Mei Wulong finally spoke. "Fairy Yen, this junior brother of yours is not simple. If this wasn't just his clone, I would really want to make him stay here forever." Yen Mingyue smiled slightly and did not say anything. She gazed into the distant sky. "If you say he is not simple, then the master of the Mystic Gate is even more so. I wonder what he is doing right now." Lin Feng, whom Yen Mingyue had been talking about, was currently researching the new main mission that the system had given him. Lin Feng frowned slightly. "It seems quite simple, but given the system's usual tendency to screw me over, why do I have an ominous feeling?" Chapter 223. Lin Feng looked at the system's latest main mission, rubbed his chin, and muttered in his heart, "It looks simple, but according to the system's usual deceptive nature, why do I have an ominous feeling?" Main Mission 2. 1. Make a name for yourself and expand your influence mission description. Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing a sect and officially embarking on the path of building a sect. But the sect is still a fledgling to the entire world. To truly establish an everlasting foundation, the host still has a long way to go. From today onwards, the host needs to improve the various basic facilities of the sect and expand the influence of the sect throughout the great heaven primal world. Worldwide reputation points need to exceed 80. Mission time limit, 10 years. If the mission is not completed within the time limit, the host will be directly killed. Worldwide reputation points. Lin Feng blinked his eyes and called out his own reputation system. After carefully observing for a moment, his brows slowly furrowed. His first concern was still the northern foothills of Kunlun Mountain, where his old nest was located. Half a year ago, after the Sand Continent's vast sea assembly ended, Lin Feng's current reputation points in the northern foothills of Kunlun Mountain had already reached 85 points. But after such a big commotion like the opening of the sect, his reputation points in the northern foothills of Kunlun Mountain had only increased by a mere 5 points to 90. This was completely incomparable to the speed at which his reputation value skyrocketed before. Lin Feng carefully pondered for a moment. It's far more difficult to take a step forward than to build a tall building from the ground. It seems that the higher one goes, the harder it is to increase one's reputation points. And Lin Feng's personal reputation points were not the same as his sect's overall reputation points. Compared to Lin Feng's current reputation points of 90 points, the sect's overall reputation points in the northern foothills of Kunlun Mountain were much lower at 75 points. Lin Feng carefully recalled that during the vast Sea assembly, the sect's overall reputation points were only a mere 50 points. The huge increase was directly related to the time when Xiao Yan and the others fought a group of Yuanying stage opponents in the wilderness outside the Sand Continent. My personal reputation will increase the reputation of the sect as a whole. After all, I am the patriarch and the sect master. The actions of the disciples can also increase the reputation of the sect as a whole. At this time, Lin Feng had already understood. Looking at the other areas outside the northern foothills of Kunlun Mountain, whether it was his personal reputation or the reputation of the sect as a whole, it was a lot lower. Some areas had higher potential reputation, which was probably a benefit brought about by the battle before the opening ceremony. After Yang Tonghui and the others who had participated in the ceremony returned to the area where their sects were located, they spread the story of the battle. They believed that Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong would gain a higher reputation in the local area. Because of their spread, potential reputation was transformed into current reputation. Even so, from the perspective of the entire Heaven's origin sector, Lin Feng's personal reputation and the reputation of the sect as a whole were still rather low. There was still a long way to go before he reached the 80 points required for the main quest. Lin Feng sighed. There's still a long way to go. What was more conducive to increasing reputation? Either it was to accomplish a great undertaking that no one had ever succeeded in before, like a sudden clap of thunder, or it was to take advantage of the situation and stand on the shoulders of giants to see further. Lin Feng thought about it carefully and withdrew his consciousness from the system. He checked the latest special reward given by the system after he completed the main quest of the opening ceremony. It was an umbrella, a big black umbrella. Holding the handle of the umbrella, Lin Feng's fingers gently rubbed the surface of the umbrella. He thought to himself, this thing is good to use, but if I'm not careful, it will be more of a hindrance and have the opposite effect. I need to plan carefully. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was in a daze for a while. A warm smile, like the spring sun, gradually appeared on his face. He waved his hand, and 2 balls of flames fell on the ground, turning into 2 figures. Both of them looked the same. They were thin and withered, with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. Their faces were purplish-black, with a hint of red. A pair of small ears stood straight up, and there was not a single hair on their bald heads. One of them looked like a youth, while the other looked like a middle-aged man. They were the Fire Crow young master and Fire Crow demon marshal that Lin Feng had captured alive when he first came to the Kunlun mountain range to search for Mount Yujing. The 2 bird demons had now transformed into human forms. Facing Lin Feng, they had long lost their temper and stood obediently, not even daring to breathe loudly. Lin Feng looked at them and said indifferently, previously you offended me, so I locked you up for a period of time and punished you slightly. The Fire Crow demon marshal nodded repeatedly. Previously, this little demon was rude and offended Senior. Please forgive me, Senior. He hesitated for a moment and looked at the Fire Crow young master beside him. My race's young master is still young and inexperienced. Please forgive him, Senior. My race's leader only had this one child. Now that he has been separated from his flesh and blood, please take pity on him. The Fire Crow young master's edges might not have been polished, but he knew very well that in Lin Feng's eyes, even his father, the Fire Crow King, didn't think much of him. He didn't dare to flare up and obediently bowed to Lin Feng. Previously, I was insensible. Senior, please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. Lin Feng smiled. Looks like you've learned your lesson. I'm not a bloodthirsty person, so I can let you go today. However, I need you to bring a message for me. The Fire Crow young master and the Fire Crow demon marshal were overjoyed. The Fire Crow young master hurriedly asked, Senior, do you have something to discuss with my father? I have nothing to discuss with him. Lin Feng glanced at the Fire Crow young master. I want you to bring a message to the Golden Crow Great Sage. To the great ancestor, the Fire Crow young master and the Fire Crow demon marshal were both shocked. They looked at each other and didn't dare to ask any more questions. They both lowered their heads. Senior, please speak. We'll definitely bring the message. Lin Feng pointed, and a ball of purple gas landed in front of the two demons. Bring this back and give it to the Golden Crow Great Sage. The Fire Crow young master obediently put away the purple gas. Then he and the Fire Crow demon marshal were sent out of Mount Yujing by Lin Feng. They left the void and returned to the vast thousand domains. Lin Feng's gaze pierced through the void and watched as they turned into two tiny black dots before disappearing into the distance. He smiled. Don't disappoint me. Great Zhou dynasty's capital, Tianjin City, a majestic palace, faced the south on the central meridian of Tianjin City. It was the imperial city of the Great Zhou dynasty, the heart of the entire country. Within the imperial city, there were thousands of palaces, palace walls, and houses. They were painted red and had yellow tiles. Amidst the magnificence, there was even more an incomparable might and grandeur. It was as if a celestial palace had descended into the mortal world. In the central area of this imperial city, there was an extremely majestic palace made entirely of white jade. The palace flickered with a red light, repelling all evil and causing celestials and Buddhas to bow their heads. In a warm room on the east side of the palace, a middle-aged man sat on a large chair. The instant anyone who saw this middle-aged man, they would have an illusion. It was as if what supported this room, this palace, was not those white pillars that needed two people to wrap their arms around, but this man in front of them. This man supported this room, supported the entire palace. Even his head was holding up the sky, his feet were on the ground, and one of his hands was holding up the sky. This person wore embroidered clothes and a purple gold crown on his head. His temples were slightly white, and his hands were as white as jade, untainted by even a speck of dust. He gave people a feeling that he grasped endless power. He was the pillar of the Great Zhou dynasty, the pillar of the country, the Marquis of Xuanji Zhuhanggu. On the large table in front of Zhuhanggu were the memorials sent in by the various provinces and prefectures under the rule of the Great Zhou dynasty. He had to first sort them out and give his own opinion before presenting it to the Emperor of Zhou. This was his responsibility as the Great Zhou dynasty's grand tutor. Putting down another memorial, Zhuhangwu raised his head. His pupils were pitch black, like the starry sky of the universe. He stared at the entrance of the palace. Enter! An old eunuch walked in, his expression humble, speaking in a soft voice. The emperor has summoned the grand tutor to the main palace to discuss matters. Even though he was bowing and scraping in front of Zhuhangwu, his manna undulations were extremely terrifying. He was impressively a great Yuanying mid-stage cultivator, a great eunuch second only to Mei Wulong in the imperial palace. But in front of Zhuhangwu, he was as humble as a servant. Hearing this, Zhuhangwu nodded his head. Your subject obeys. He immediately put down the memorial and stood up. When he stood up, the old eunuch instantly felt as if the entire world in front of him shook. Under the guidance of the other party, Zhuhangwu left the warm room of the side palace and arrived at the main palace. Only after meticulously being informed by the eunuch on duty did he slowly walk into the main palace. In the main palace, a middle-aged man, wearing a golden crown with 9 dragons on his head and the robes of the Ming Emperor, was currently sitting on the dragon throne. At first glance, the dragon throne seemed to be located above the main palace, facing south and back north. But looking closely, one would discover that the dragon throne seemed to be separated from the entire main palace, located in a different space and time. The middle-aged man on the dragon throne had a face like white jade, faintly showing some signs of age. But he did not seem weak at all. Instead, it made him even more dignified, filled with the bearing of controlling the world. It was the Emperor of Zhou, Liang Pan. In the seat below Liang Pan, Mei Wulong stood respectfully while Yan Mingyue sat on a round stool, her expression peaceful. Even when Zhu Hongwu came, she only nodded slightly in acknowledgement. When he saw Zhu Hongwu enter, Liang Pan smiled amiably and said, "My beloved subject, please sit as well." He gave the decree, and a young eunuch brought up a round stool made of cinnabar wood. Zhu Hongwu respectfully thanked the emperor, then sat down on the stool. "Hongwu, your and Fairy Meng's son, Zhu Yi, has truly surprised us," Liang Pan said amiably, calling Zhu Hongwu by his name as if he were speaking to a close friend. It was clear that he and Zhu Hongwu had a close and harmonious relationship. Zhu Hongwu calmly replied, "I am indebted to your Majesty's praise. Your subject does not dare to accept it. It definitely isn't an exaggeration." Liang Pan waved his hand. "Fairy Yen and Empty Waves have already explained the situation to us. Just as Fairy Yen said, your son, Zhu Yi's master, is no ordinary person. Empty Waves explained the situation to Hongwu." Zhu Hongwu turned to look at Mei Wulong and Yan Mingyue. "It seems that Zhang Hai returned empty-handed," Mei Wulong respectfully replied. "That Xianmen's sect master is even stronger than we expected." He then told Zhu Hongwu everything that he had seen with his own eyes. Hearing this, Zhu Hongwu nodded. He calmly said, "If that's the case, then this Xianmen Tianzong's strength is above that of the Wind God sect, the Celerita's sword sect, and will not be easy to eliminate. However, even though he has an extraordinary advantage, he also has a fatal flaw." Chapter 224. Zhu Hongwu said calmly, "Xianmen Tianzong has an extraordinary advantage, but it also has a fatal flaw." Yan Mingyue and Liang Pan looked at each other. Liang Pan asked with interest, "Oh, what did Hongwu find out? Tell us." "Your Majesty, please allow me to answer." Zhu Hongwu stood up and bowed. He continued, "Xianmen Tianzong's greatest strength lies not in the strength of their Tao, skills, and divine powers, nor in the fact that their disciples are much stronger than their peers, nor in the fact that their sect master, Lin Feng, is very powerful. Although Xuanmen's Tao, skills, and divine powers are strong, and their disciples can fight against Yuanian cultivators at the Golden Elixir period, this is not unique. As far as I know, there are more than one rising star who can do this. Moreover, one of the important reasons why Xuanmen's disciples can challenge Yuanian cultivators is that the sect master, Lin Feng, gave them the Yuanian ritual implements, which greatly increased their combat power. Xuanmen's Tao, skills, and divine powers should not be underestimated, but there is also no need to overestimate them." Zhu Hongwu's eyes were calm, and his tone was calm. "As for the sect master, Lin Feng, he can shatter the universe and create things out of nothing. He is indeed powerful. Even some cultivators who have just formed their primordial spirit may not have this kind of magical power. However, many primordial spirit cultivators with high cultivation can do this. Forgive me for being rude. Your Majesty, you can do it." Liang Pan pointed at him and smiled. "Hongwu, you have forgotten yourself. Zhu Hongwu answered, I dare not be on the same level as your majesty. Liang Pan said slowly, but what the sect master of Xianmen has shown may not be his full strength. Your majesty is wise, I agree. Zhu Hongwu continued, this is the reason why I am sure of the sect master's strength. This person is quite mysterious. It is difficult to see through him. As I said just now, although these are the outstanding aspects of Xianmen Tianzong, they are not the foundation of their success. Xianmen Tianzong's greatest reliance is their mountain gate, the legendary Yujing Mountain. Zhu Hongwu's gaze finally fluctuated a little. This mountain is truly mysterious to actually be able to allow the entire cave to escape into the void turbulence, making it difficult to track. This is the truly difficult part of the celestial sect of wonders to deal with. Whether it was the Shu Mountain of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, the Baiyun Mountain of the Taishu Temple, or the Great Zhou Dynasty's Tianjing City, they were all there and would not run away. Regardless of whether or not they could break through, as long as they wanted to attack, they would be able to attack. Only Yujing Mountain was hidden in the void. No matter how capable they were, they would not be able to block Lin Feng's door. The other three people present all nodded in agreement, given the strength of Yujing Mountain and the mysterious Heaven Treasure Tree. Even if they came out of the void and landed in a specific location, it would be difficult to break through. If Lin Feng wanted to drive Yujing Mountain away, it would be difficult for anyone to stop him. Who knew how many great cultivators would die to attack Yujing Mountain, and once Yujing Mountain left, it would be difficult to find it again. When it would appear would depend entirely on Lin Feng's mood. Yan Mingyue said calmly, if we want to break through Xianmen Tianzong, the sect master of Xianmen Tianzong will have to drive Yujing Mountain himself and attack Baiyun Mountain, Shu Mountain, or Tianjing City. Moreover, he will fight to the death without retreating. Only then will he have some chance of destroying them. But the price he will have to pay is difficult to estimate. Zhu Hongwu clenched his fists and said calmly, if he has no desire, it will indeed be difficult. But looking at his actions, he is definitely not content with an ordinary life. As long as he has a desire, it will not be difficult to scheme. This involves the flaw of Xianmen Tianzong. Although he is extremely talented, his foundation is not stable, other than the sect master of Xianmen Tianzong himself. There are no other primordial soul cultivators in the sect. As long as the sect master of Xianmen Tianzong dies, Xianmen Tianzong will definitely collapse. As Zhu Hongwu said this, his eyelids drooped. No matter how strong he is only one person. There are only 2 Yuanying and 3 golden elixir cultivators left in the sect. Although they are powerful, if they are surrounded by 3 to 5 primordial soul cultivators, the sect master of Xianmen Tianzong can only obediently surrender. The only thing that needs to be thought about is how to prevent him from using the power of the immortal mountain in the cave abode to escape. Liang Pan's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the throne. After a moment, he said, our initial strategy will not change. We will befriend those who are far away and attack those who are close. We will form a good relationship with Xianmen Tianzong and work together against the Mount Shu sword sect and the Great Qin dynasty. This will be our next strategy. With this strategy, the strength of Xianmen Tianzong is a good thing for the Great Zhou dynasty. Zhu Hongwu and Mei Wulong replied at the same time, as your majesty commands. Mei Wulong hesitated for a moment, then said, but this old servant thinks that the sect master of Xianmen Tianzong has other ideas. He left Mount Shu's true Lord Li Xiong Kong Chang alive, and even sent him to the Heavenly Sword sect. He seems to have other intentions. Liang Pan smiled. Of course, he won't be willing to be cannon fodder for the Great Zhou dynasty. but sending Kong Chang's nascent soul to the heavenly sword sect is a bit interesting. This person also seems to have the idea of breaking up the Nine Heavens Sword Alliance from within. That is the same as us. Whether he will be cannon fodder or not is not up to him to decide. Zhu Hanwu said, silently. It depends on whose methods are better. Yan Mingyue looked at Liang Pan and Zhu Hanwu, the ruler and subject, and a smile appeared on her lips. Her mind was in turmoil. Zhu Hanwu, your methods may not be as good as his. Lin Feng, just how far can you go? The main peak of the Cloud Illusion Mountain Range in the southeast of the Great Qin Dynasty, Cloud Traversing Peak, was where one of the Nine Heavens Sword Alliance, the Celeritas Sword Sect, was located. In a cave abode on Cloud Traversing Peak, a white-clothed woman sat cross-legged. The woman's features were cold and elegant, and a green jade pendant hung from her delicate earlobes. When she shook it slightly, it gave off a crisp sound. A streak of sword light was graceful, continuously flying around her. After a moment, it calmed down and landed in the scabbard on the woman's back. Very good, Yanran. You have already gradually comprehended the essence of this sword technique. A middle-aged, beautiful woman appeared in front of the white-clothed woman, smiling. You didn't waste your time training in the small cave that accelerates time. The white-clothed woman was precisely the Murong Yanran of the past. At this moment her childishness had faded, and her features were elegant and refined. Seeing the middle-aged, beautiful woman, Murong Yanran smiled and called out, Master. The middle-aged, beautiful woman was called Reverend Tong Ling. Her strength was outstanding among the Celeritas Sword Sect's golden elixir period cultivators. She looked at Murong Yanran and was delighted. Yanran's talent is indeed outstanding. In such a short time, you have already reached foundation, establishment, middle stage cultivation. There shouldn't be a problem in the arranged battle with that Xiao Yan. Thinking of this, Reverend Tong Ling's face revealed a smile. She also gave Murong Yanran some pointers on the difficult points of Dao techniques before returning to her cave abode. Before sitting down, Reverend Tong Ling received a message from her master, old ancestor Qing Wei. Master went to investigate that Xianmen Tianzong's situation and has already returned. Come to think of it, even though that Xianmen Tianzong has caused a huge commotion in the northern foothills of Kunlun Mountain, but it can't be compared to my Celeritas Sword Sect's tens of millions of years of foundation. Kunlun Mountain, he must first endure the suppression of the Wind God sect. While thinking, Reverend Tong Ling arrived at old ancestor Qing Wei's cave abode. Seeing old ancestor Qing Wei, she hurriedly saluted and greeted. Master is well. Old ancestor Qing Wei, whose back was facing her, before turned around at this time. Reverend Tong Ling saw his expression and was instantly shocked. As far as she could remember, she had never seen her master so worried. Master, Reverend Tong Ling was somewhat at a loss. Old ancestor Qing Wei sighed and asked, Yanran, that girl, how is her Dao technique realm now? Speaking of Murong Yanran, Reverend Tong Ling immediately became spirited, smiling. After secluded cultivation in the small grotto heaven, Yanran has already successfully established her beer and reached the middle stage of foundation building. Moreover, what Yanran established is a second-grade beer. Reverend Tong Ling has reason to be proud. Counting the time spent in the accelerated time grotto heaven, Murong Yanran this year is only 20 years old. Entering the sect for less than 10 years, establishing a beer, she is definitely the best of this generation of Celeritas Sword Sect's young disciples, especially Murong Yanran establishing a second-grade beer. This means that in the future she will form her core and have a chance of forming her purple core. In the Celeritas Sword Sect, This is also considered an extremely outstanding achievement. Reverend Tong Ling originally thought that old ancestor Qing Wei would also feel happy, who knew that when the old man heard this, he frowned even more, smiling bitterly. Middle stage of foundation building. Middle stage of foundation building. The 3-year agreement is coming. What should I do? A bad feeling arose in Reverend Tong Ling's heart. 3-year agreement. Master, could it be that Xiao Yan has some changes? He's in that Xianmen Tianzong. Old ancestor Qing Wei's old face wrinkled like a bun, smiling bitterly and nodding, sighing again and again, not in the mood to speak. Reverend Tong Ling took a deep breath. What is his current cultivation level, late stage of foundation building? If that's the case, disciple will bestow Yanran a golden elixir period magic item. She still has the power to fight. Speaking up to here, old ancestor Qing Wei directly raised his hand to interrupt him. That Xiao Yan has already formed a golden elixir period, and looking at his mana fluctuations, it must be a purple core without a doubt. Reverend Tong Ling was shocked, no longer caring about his image. He was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. How is that possible? With Yenran's aptitude, she's been training in my Cellerita's sword sect and is only at the middle stage of foundation building. How could that kid have already formed his core? Moreover, how old is that kid? Could it be that he's been squatting in the accelerated time grotto heaven for these 3 years? How could there be such a grotto heaven in this world? Old ancestor Qing Wei gave her a dissatisfied look and said, not only that the magical powers that this kid cultivates are extremely tyrannical, and he has also mastered the 2 great true fires of the true sun fire and the evil hell fire. In actual combat power, he can almost crush all the golden elixir period cultivators in the world. He stared at Reverend Tong Ling and slowly said, naturally, that includes you. Reverend Tong Ling looked at his master in shock. Old ancestor Qing Wei smiled bitterly. He was after all still a yuanying old ancestor. He wanted face, and some words couldn't be said. After witnessing the battle between Xiao Yan and true monarch Hurricane, old ancestor Qing Wei himself wasn't 100% sure that he could defeat Xiao Yan. Even if he could win, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. Otherwise, why would he be worried to this point? Not to mention the fact that the disciple was not his opponent. Even the Grandmaster wasn't 100% sure that he could beat him. What was the point of a bet? Reverend Tong Ling felt dizzy, only waking up after a long time. She took a deep breath. That day, Yenran made a bet with that kid. If she lost, she would have to be a servant. My Cellerita's sword sect can't afford to lose face like that. We must think of a way to stop this from happening. Chapter 225. Taoist Tong Ling kept repeating. We must think of a way to stop this from happening. We must think of a way to stop this from happening. We must think of a way to stop this from happening. She suddenly raised her head. Master, if it really doesn't work, we can make more preparations and talk to that kid after he goes up the mountain. If he knows what's good for him and gives up the bet, we won't mistreat him and give him some compensation. While speaking, Taoist Tong Ling's eyes revealed a bit of ruthlessness. If he doesn't know what's good for him, then we might as well leave him on Yunqing Peak. Ancestor Qing Wei let out a long sigh. This method also won't work. Taoist Tong Ling was anxious. Master! Ancestor Qing Wei shook his head and said, I'm not saying your method is wrong, but this method is not feasible. Taoist Tong Ling asked curiously, why? Ancestor Qing Wei briefly introduced the course of the battle on the wilderness outside Shazhou City. Taoist Tong Ling was immediately dumbfounded. After who knows how long, a smile uglier than crying appeared on her face. Just what kind of people are in this Xianmen Tianzong? In this way, wouldn't Yenran's bet be lost for sure? And my Cellerita's sword sect will become the laughingstock of the world. If Murong Yenran was an ordinary disciple, then it would be fine. Perhaps it could be handled in a low-key manner. But in these 3 years, Murong Yenran followed Taoist Tongling to travel around and was listed in the entire Nine Heavens Sword Alliance and the Great Qin Dynasty. She had the strongest potential among her peers in the Celeritas sword sect, and her reputation was the most resounding. She was the focus of the sect's training. For such a disciple to lose to someone else as a slave, the Celeritas sword sect would definitely find it hard to accept. The key was that Murong Yenran despised him for being a good-for-nothing and forcibly broke off the engagement. Now that the good-for-nothing who was broken off from the engagement soared to the sky and came to slap their faces. If the whole story was also exposed, then it wouldn't just be a slap in the face, but the entire face of the Celeritas sword sect would be stripped clean. If Xiao Yan only relied on his own strength without any background, Ancestor Qing Wei absolutely wouldn't mind accepting Taoist Tongling's suggestion. Even this idea had repeatedly appeared in the old man's mind. But as soon as he thought of Lin Feng's various methods, Ancestor Qing Wei shuddered. But if Xiao Yan really came to slap his face, Murong Yenran would lose the bet in the past and become Xiao Yan's maidservant. The old man would not be able to accept it. Ancestor Qing Wei muttered to himself, "Think of a way. I must think of a way." After a long time, his eyes suddenly lit up. This method might work. After the calculation, Ancestor Qing Wei's old face finally relaxed. Instead of frowning, he smiled like a chrysanthemum. Reverend Tongling looked at the old man strangely. "Master, do you have an idea?" Ancestor Qing Wei took a look at her and thought, I still need her to explain to Murong Yenran clearly the relationship between them. So he simply told her his idea. Taoist Master Tongling was stunned when he heard this. He said hesitantly, "Master, I'm afraid." Ancestor Qing Wei said lightly, "There's nothing to be afraid of. Just do as I say." After Immortal Tongling left, Ancestor Qing Wei sighed, "I hope it will work." Xiao Yan, alas, why did you have to take Lin Feng as your master? Lin Feng, who made a lot of people confused, was staring at his system in a daze. Yu Hongyan and Yang Qing were accepted, and Lin Feng got 2 lottery chances. Naturally, he would use them without hesitation. But the lottery system couldn't be accessed. There was only a line of big words displayed. System upgrade in progress. Please enter after the upgrade is completed. Lin Feng scratched his head and looked at the exchange system. Sure enough, the system was also undergoing an upgrade and couldn't be accessed. He remembered that the last time the system upgraded was when he had just reached the foundation establishment stage. When I reached the core formation stage, I didn't see the system upgrade. Lin Feng thought carefully. It seems that the upgrade of the system is not only bound to my own Taoist level, but also to the upgrade of my self-created Taoist method, the Tao Te Ching. The first system upgrade was when he comprehended the first chapter of the Tao Te Ching, the Tao Te Ching of the 8 trigrams, and successfully reached the foundation establishment stage. The second system upgrade was when he comprehended the second chapter of the Tao Te Ching of the 4 symbols, the Tao Te Ching of the 4 symbols, and successfully reached the nascent soul stage. Lin Feng pondered and said, "The upgrade of my own Taoist level and the upgrade of my self-created Taoist level are 2 conditions that can't be lacking." When he first created the Tao Te Ching of the 4 symbols, he didn't see the system upgrade because he hadn't successfully reached the Yuanying stage. Lin Feng sighed. Forget it. He could only wait until the upgrade was over before using the lottery chance. He hoped that the upgrade would be more powerful and give him something good. Since he couldn't draw the lottery for the time being, Lin Feng wandered around the mountain alone. As he wandered, Lin Feng arrived at the door of the alchemy room. He raised his head and looked at the horizontal board with the words, heaven-returning gold pavilion. Lin Feng thought, as the main palace hall, the Celestial Palace's special feature is its amazing defense. The disciples' abode can attract the surrounding spiritual energy to nourish the people living inside. It seems that these buildings built by the Sex Construction Token all have their own special uses. I wonder what's so special about this alchemy room. While thinking, Lin Feng entered the alchemy room named Heaven Returning Gold Pavilion. As soon as he entered, he saw Xiao Yan walking around the outer core furnace with a black face. The furnace had already been lit up, and waves of medicinal fragrance wafted out. When Xiao Yan saw Lin Feng come in, he grinned, revealing his white teeth. However, when matched with his black cheeks, he looked quite funny. Lin Feng laughed and said, "Why don't you clean yourself up?" With Xiao Yan's current cultivation, as long as he wants, he can completely not be stained by a speck of dust, not to mention suffocating himself until he looks like an African. "I can't take care of it, master." Xiao Yan stared at the furnace and replied, "Your alchemy room is really great. I've tested it. With the help of the 8 trigrams formation on the floor of your alchemy room and the help of these wind and fire cattail fans, the success rate of alchemy has increased by at least 30%. When Lin Feng heard this, he was a little surprised. A treasure like the outer core furnace could only increase the success rate of alchemy by 30%. Now, with the addition of Heaven Returning Gold Pavilion, it could directly increase the success rate of alchemy by 60%. This data was absolutely terrifying. To be precise, the success rate of alchemy mentioned here actually referred to the utilization rate of medicinal herbs. When ordinary cultivators were refining pills, the fire control, the ratio of medicinal herbs, the timing of opening the furnace, and other factors would affect the utilization rate of medicinal herbs. Generally speaking, the majority of cultivators could only effectively use about 30% of the medicinal herbs, and the rest would be wasted as medicinal dregs. This was actually considered a success in alchemy. Strictly speaking, it was a failure. The medicinal herbs in the furnace would be completely destroyed, and the time spent on alchemy would also be wasted. Cultivators with outstanding alchemy techniques and skills would probably use about 40% to 50% of the medicinal herbs. Xiao Yan could achieve this ratio previously, and this was the result of him not learning alchemy systematically. He had to rely on himself. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a little guilty. "It's a pity that I didn't capture the 100 Herbs ancestor alive. Otherwise, I would have been able to obtain his insights in alchemy, and I would also have had something to teach little Yen. Now, it's really a waste of his talent. What a pity." The 100 Herbs ancestors, thousands of years of cultivation, had all been dealing with spiritual medicine and elixirs. When he was refining pills, a conservative estimate of the medicinal herbs utilization rate was more than 70%. With a good alchemy furnace, he could break through 90% in minutes. With the outer core furnace in his hands, the medicinal herbs utilization rate would be 100%, and not a single raw material would be wasted. And now, with his own alchemy skills and the addition of outer core furnace and Heaven Returning Gold Pavilion, Xiao Yan could also achieve 100% utilization rate of medicinal herbs. There might be some slight fluctuations, but it was close to perfection. Xiao Yan himself was also very excited about this. It was obvious that he had been tossing and turning in the alchemy room for a long time. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked a little tired. His transcendence power was almost depleted, but his spirit was abnormally excited. Lin Feng scanned with his transcendence power and found that there were already a few large gourds with elixirs in them. They were all Thunderous Recover Pill and Barrier Breaking Pill. After Lin Feng obtained the elixir recipes for these 2 types of elixirs, he turned around and gave them to Xiao Yan. Looking at the excited Xiao Yan, Lin Feng thought to himself, Looks like I need to get some more elixir recipes. It would be best if I can get them from the system, like the 33 Heavens Fortune celestial pill, elixirs that don't exist in this world. He, Xianmen Tianzong, had established his own sect. It was not very appropriate for him to refine elixirs in the alchemy room all day long. Well, Xiaoyan, you have to study more and develop new products that are unique to us as soon as possible. Engage in more technological development and innovation. This is the core competitiveness. Lin Feng thought shamelessly. He raised his head to look at the roof of the alchemy room and was suddenly stunned. Other than the 8 trigrams on the floor of the returning Heaven Gold Pavilion, there were also 8 trigrams on the ceiling. Different from the golden pattern on the floor, the 8 trigrams on the ceiling were silver. Lin Feng stared at the silver 8 trigrams for a while and gradually felt out some of the knack of it. He had a guess in his heart. He took out a porcelain bottle with 7 elixirs in it. They were the elixirs unique to the Heavenly Sword sect that Yang Tonghui had given him at the vast Sea Dharma assembly in the Sand Continent, the Heavenly Connecting Pill. At this time, Xiao Yan had also completed the process of pulling the elixirs. He once again refined a cauldron of good elixirs. He took out a dozen barrier-breaking pills from the outer core furnace and stored them in the large gourds on the wall. He looked strangely at Lin Feng. Master? Lin Feng smiled slightly. Xiao Yan, the profoundness of this alchemy room is not just to increase the success rate of refining elixirs. As he said this, he ran a heavenly connecting pill into the air. With a thought, he communicated with the silver 8 trigrams on the ceiling. Instantly, a silver light descended and caught the heavenly connecting pill. Once the silver light came into contact with the heavenly connecting pill, it immediately started flashing nonstop. A large number of diagrams and words appeared in the silver light. Xiao Yan looked carefully, and his eyes instantly widened. He exclaimed, "Master, this is the elixir formula for the heavenly connecting pill." Lin Feng smiled and nodded. He thought to himself, "I guessed right. This alchemy room has many mysteries. It is far from being that simple." Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart suddenly moved. If the alchemy room is like this, then what about the depository of scriptures? Chapter 226. Xiao Yan looked at the silver light emitted by the 8 trigrams pattern on the roof of the pill chamber. A large number of diagrams and words appeared in the light. Although he had never seen the real Connecting Heaven pill formula before, and had never consumed the Connecting Heaven pill before, Xiao Yan could still tell at a glance that these illustrated words were precisely the Connecting Heaven pill's pill formula. The first line of the medicinal ingredients list was the rank 9 Connecting Heaven grass. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. "Master, our pill chamber can actually reverse engineer the recipe of the existing medicinal pills." "That's right." Lin Feng looked calm on the surface, as if he already knew about this. However, he was actually as surprised as Xiao Yan. The refinement of medicinal pills was not just about extracting the medicinal potency and spirit qi from the medicinal ingredients. There were also many complicated changes and combinations. A recipe was not just a simple list of medicinal ingredients. It was also a combination of many techniques. Even a primordial soul almighty would not be able to reverse engineer the complete recipe of an existing medicinal pill. It might be possible if it was a lower grade medicinal pill, but if it was of a higher grade, there was no need to even think about it. The 8 trigrams array on the roof of the Heavenly Gold Pavilion could actually reverse engineer the recipe of a medicinal pill. This was definitely something that made Lin Feng happy. Not only could he greatly expand the storage of pill recipes in his pill chamber, more importantly, Xianmen Tianzong could reproduce many ancient pill recipes that had been lost. The great Tianyuan world had developed for thousands of years. Countless sects had risen, and countless almighty cultivators had been born. However, there were also many sects that had been annihilated. Many capable people had fallen and disappeared in the long river of history. Following their disappearance, many rare Tao techniques, divine abilities, and medicinal pill recipes had also been lost. Some of these medicinal pills that had been lost had been refined into finished products and circulated in the world. However, the pill recipes had been completely lost. Without the pill recipes, there was no way to produce new medicinal pills. The medicinal pills that had been left behind would be exhausted one day. These medicinal pills could not avoid the fate of completely disappearing from this world. If such medicinal pills were to fall into my hands, I could use the heavenly gold pavilion to make those lost medicinal pill recipes reappear in the world. Lin Feng thought to himself, if that's the case, the value might not be in the pill itself. If I handle it properly, there might be some other gains. Of course, having a pill recipe didn't mean that one would definitely be able to refine a spirit pill. Some spirit pills required special and precious materials. For example, the sky split pill. If one did not have the Tier 9 sky split grass, they would not be able to refine it even if they had the pill formula. Even so, this discovery was extremely precious to Lin Feng. His mind spun, and many ideas popped up in an instant. I'll try to collect all kinds of rare spiritual pills, even if it's just one. In addition to collecting other elixirs, Lin Feng also reminded Xiao Yan not to forget about his own technological innovations. After leaving the pill room, Lin Feng went to the scripture depository next door. Compared to the grand and magnificent heaven returning golden pavilion, the hidden scriptures tower was much simpler and had a bit of an antique charm. The scripture depository was close to 30 feet tall, divided into 3 floors, built entirely from jade bamboo that flickered with a purple light. Lin Feng entered the scripture depository, first passing through the spacious outer room. Continuing inwards, passing through a passageway, he reached the first floor of the scripture depository, where the book storage was located. In the book storage that occupied several thousand square meters, there were neat rows of bookshelves. Only the bookshelves were currently completely empty. Lin Feng frowned. Does this mean I have to fill it up myself? His fingers rubbed the bookshelves. Feeling as if there was a faint spiritual energy flowing within, the trajectory was subtle and profound. He couldn't help but be moved. After pondering for a while, a purple light suddenly lit up in Lin Feng's eyes. Within the purple light, the profound meaning of incantations continuously circulated. It was the Great Thunder Monastery's Buddhist technique that Lin Feng had obtained from the lottery system, the art of Akala. The art of Akala he obtained from the system back, then was only the first half. Later on, when he killed Monk Kong Fa in the Black Cloud Earth Palace, Lin Feng obtained the complete art of Akala. But at this moment, he did not release the complete version of the technique, instead only giving out the first half of the art of Akala. These scriptures, under the effect of Lin Feng's mana, condensed into a Buddhist scripture with a purple cover and golden words, landing on the bookshelf. Lin Feng patiently observed for a moment, but there was no change to the Buddhist scripture. The bookshelf and the book storage itself also had no reaction. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng poured his own mana into the bookshelf. At this moment, the spiritual energy flow within the bookshelf instantly changed. The original trajectory and pattern changed. After absorbing and transforming Lin Feng's mana, it poured it into the Buddhist scripture on the bookshelf. That Buddhist scripture instantly changed. The originally solid scripture was surrounded by purple light, gradually turning into an illusion. The size of the illusion gradually became larger. Within the purple light, countless runes pulsed, merging into the illusion. When the purple light completely dissipated, the illusion once again became solid, changing back into the appearance of the scripture. But compared to before, the Buddhist scripture was clearly twice as thick. Lin Feng flipped open the Buddhist scripture, seeing that what was recorded within was already the complete version of the art of Akala. Is that all? Lin Feng looked around at the bookshelves that were filled to the brim. Slightly frowning, he put down the scripture and came to the center of the first floor of the library. Silently, a formation was emitting a gentle light here. Lin Feng stepped into the formation. The light suddenly became dazzling. The next moment, Lin Feng was already transported to the second floor of the library. Different from the first floor filled with bookshelves, the second floor was incomparably spacious. The large space was completely empty. Lin Feng walked all the way in front of the wall, seeing that there were many scrolls hanging on the wall. Only these scrolls that were unfolded were all blank, without anything written on them. Silently sensing the aura of these scrolls, Lin Feng raised his hand and pointed. Another purple light shot out, landing on a blank scroll. Within the purple light appeared many dark green runes, constantly pulsing. Once they landed on the scroll, they rapidly merged into it. On the originally blank scroll, suddenly images appeared, green mountains and clear waters, vivid and lifelike. Lin Feng's divine sense entered the scroll. The scenery in front of him suddenly changed, as if he had really entered a dark green world. In this world, dark green lunar true water silently flowed. Just by being in this environment, one could comprehend some of the true meaning of the lunar true explanation, comprehending the mysteries of the lunar true water, this kind of spiritual object created by heaven and earth. Lin Feng's divine sense retreated from this world. His finger pointed at another blank scroll. Another purple light shot out. This time, within the purple light flashed golden runes. Once the purple light came into contact with the second scroll also immediately changed. On the blank scroll appeared a blazing sun in the sky, illuminating the entire world. Lin Feng's consciousness entered inside, and all that entered his eyes was the bright and dazzling divine light of the true fire of the sun. Being in this world of golden light, he could clearly feel the blazing heat of the true fire of the sun and the profound mysteries of the great sun illuminating heaven scripture. These scrolls, according to the recorded Tao art, can create a virtual space, a space completely formed by the profound mysteries of the Tao art. At this moment, Lin Feng completely understood. Cultivating this unique Tao art in such a space can yield twice the results with half the effort, greatly increasing the efficiency. This discovery made Lin Feng feel very satisfied. He didn't rush to fill in the scrolls, but directly went up to the third floor. The first and second floors each had their own uses. Presumably the third floor would be even more wondrous. Coming to the third floor through the spirit array, looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Feng was slightly stunned. The area of the third floor was far smaller than the first and second floors. The layout was simple, just a few bamboo tables, a few bamboo chairs, and through the railing, one could clearly see the world outside the scripture depository. There was nothing special. It was as ordinary as the pavilions of mortals. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't think that the third floor of the scripture depository was so ordinary. He used his own magic power to explore, but he actually felt like he had hit a wall. Slightly frowning, Lin Feng came to the railing, climbing up high to look into the distance. The alchemy room was just beside. In the distance was the incomparably thick, profound heaven treasure tree. It was like a city under the treasure tree. Zhu Yi was sitting cross-legged. In front of him were more than 30 new disciples. Clearly, Zhu Yi had already entered the role and was teaching them Tao arts. Lin Feng smiled, gently stroking the railing of the scripture depository made of purple bamboo, his mind becoming one with the entire scripture depository, and he gradually felt some clues. It seems that I have to wait until I advance to the primordial soul boundary before I can fully unleash the wonders of the third floor of the scripture depository. Lin Feng had a feeling. He shrugged his shoulders. Forget it. For now, The first 2 floors are enough. As he was thinking, a system notification suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. System upgrade complete. Lucky draw system and redemption system can now be used. Lin Feng's spirit was lifted, and his consciousness immediately entered the lucky draw system. But this time, he did not enter directly. The first thing that came into view was a system notification. System upgrade to the 3rd level. The host has obtained the latest benefits. At the beginning of every month, the host will automatically receive a lucky draw opportunity. Lin Feng was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses, but his first reaction was not one of happiness, but one of wariness. Damn, could the system be plotting something? In view of the system's usual deceitful behavior, Lin Feng was not afraid to speculate about it with the worst of intentions. Looking at the system description carefully, he realized that it did not seem to be playing any word games, nor did it seem to be a trap. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in wonder. Did the sun rise from the west today? Unfortunately, it was already past the beginning of May. If he wanted to verify whether the system was plotting something, he would have to wait until June. Forget it. I'll see what tricks you're playing then. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng put the matter at the back of his mind for the time being, and his consciousness entered the lucky draw system. He would first use the 2 lucky draw opportunities that he had obtained from taking in disciples. These 2 chances should not be a problem. Lin Feng first entered the roulette system that he was most confident in, and after carefully looking at the items that he had drawn, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is good. The Heaven Spirit Replenishing Pill could improve the user's talent in cultivating Dao techniques, effective on the first use. When Lin Feng saw this item, he could not take his eyes off it. With the alchemy room's ability to reverse infer pill recipes from pills, if I can get this Heaven Spirit Replenishing Pill, I can completely mass-produce this type of pill. Without hesitation, Lin Feng immediately set his sights on the Heaven Spirit Replenishing Pill and started to spin the roulette. Chapter 227. After roughly calculating the position of the Heaven Spirit Replenishing Pill, Lin Feng had an idea and began to spin the roulette. Lin Feng stared nervously at the spinning roulette. After 3 revolutions, the roulette's speed slowed down significantly. After another half revolution, it looked like it was about to stop. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. According to his calculations, after the roulette spun 3.5 times, it would stop at the 3rd grid, which was the Heaven Spirit Replenishing Pill. According to the rules, after the roulette spun 3.5 times, it would stop at the 1st to 4th grid. Before, Lin Feng always chose the 3rd grid, and he always succeeded, so this time he also habitually chose the 3rd grid. However, a 1 in 4 chance was indeed not something that could be encountered every time. This time, the god of luck brushed past Lin Feng's shoulders. After the roulette spun 3.5 times, it stopped at the 2nd grid, refusing to move forward no matter what. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. It was really not good to force things that were based on probability. Looking at the rewards this time, Lin Feng scratched his head. Before starting the lottery, he had already observed the prizes around the Heaven Spirit Replenishing Pill, so he had an idea of all of them. The dragon tendon rope was made from the tendons of the primordial sky dragon. It was extremely tough and was one of the toughest materials in the great heaven primordial world. After being made into a rope, its strength and toughness were top-notch materials. Lin Feng carefully looked at the dragon tendon rope in front of him. It had obviously been processed. Its thickness was no thicker than a human's finger. It was completely pale gold and emitted waves of oppressive dragon might. Although the dragon was already dead, and even its tendons had been extracted to make a rope, the inherent power and spiritual energy in its bloodline still existed. Dragon tendon, dragon tendon. Lin Feng's hand that was holding the dragon tendon rope suddenly tightened. He had an idea. The vermilion flame demon, eye, that Yen Mingyue gave me was transformed from the eyeball of the primordial fire dragon, which was at the great sage level of the demon race. Yen Mingyue gave the vermilion flame demon eye as a congratulatory gift. Although it was extremely precious, it did not mean that she did not have any intention of testing it. It was true that the vermilion flame demonic pupil was a magic weapon embryo, but it did not mean that anyone could refine it into a magic weapon. Dharma treasures were treasures that could only be refined by primordial divinity cultivators. However, it was not an easy task for primordial divinity cultivators to refine Dharma treasures. They also needed to find the essence of the Dharma treasure embryo. It was too difficult to refine something out of thin air. This was also the value of a magic treasure embryo. As for cultivators below the nascent divinity stage, even if they obtained the magic treasure embryo, they could only look at it and drool. There were only two results for forcefully refining it. First, if the embryo was completely destroyed, it would still be a precious treasure, but it would lose its original spirituality. The artifact that was refined would, at most, be at the level of a Yuaning artifact. Second, the magical treasure embryo's own spiritual sense was too strong. If it resisted this completely unqualified refiner, it might even run away. Lin Feng had never been afraid to speculate about others with the worst of intentions. In his opinion, Yen Mingyue had the intention of observing him to see how long it would take for him to refine the vermilion flame demon eye from an embryo into a real Dharma treasure. If Lin Feng moved quickly, Yen Mingyue could be sure that Lin Feng's cultivation level had already reached the primordial divinity stage. However, if Lin Feng did not make a move after a long time, Yen Mingyue would inevitably become suspicious and make all sorts of guesses. Vermilion flame demon, dragon tendon, primordial sky dragon. It might work. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and smiled. Under normal circumstances, Dharma treasures can indeed only be refined by primordial divinity cultivators. But the problem is that I'm not an ordinary person. However, it's still very difficult. I need to plan carefully. Having made up his mind, Lin Feng temporarily put the matter of the vermilion flame demon eye and dragon tendon rope to the back of his mind. His attention returned to the lucky draw system. Lin Feng was somewhat depressed that he did not get the Heaven Spirit Imperfection replenishing pill on his first draw. The second draw would reset the items to be drawn. Lin Feng entered the lucky draw system and took a careful look, only to feel even more depressed. This time, there was no Heaven Spirit Imperfection replenishing pill among the items listed by the lucky draw system. Be it the roulette system or the dice system, there was no sign of the Heaven Spirit Imperfection replenishing pill. Lin Feng cursed inwardly as he exited the lucky draw system and entered the exchange system. As he scrolled down the list, the Heaven Spirit Imperfection replenishing pills name suddenly came into view. Don't be agitated. Lin Feng took a deep breath and composed himself before he dared to look at the pill's exchange price. The moment he saw it, he nearly fainted. 8,000 exchange points. Among all the elixir-related items in the exchange system, its price was second only to the 33 Heaven's Fortune Immortal Pill. Lin Feng's heart instantly turned cold. A price of 8,000. Even if he added up all of his wealth in all of his history, it would not be enough. If the thing that Lin Feng hated the most about the system was the main quest's ridiculous punishment, then the thing he hated the second most was that the exchange points were too low. The exchange points were too low, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the exchange points were too expensive. This made Lin Feng want to curse. He had made a fortune at the Sand Region's vast ocean magic assemblies auction, and Mei Wulong had given him a huge gift on behalf of Emperor Zhou Liangpan. In the real world, Lin Feng's net worth was already quite high. He couldn't compare to those large clans that had thousands of years of history, but compared to most people, Lin Feng was a true tycoon. However, in his own exchange system, Lin Feng had always been penniless. He had never enjoyed the joy of shopping, looking at the few hundred points he had, then looking at the price of the Heaven Spirit replenishing pill. Lin Feng was so depressed that he wanted to beat someone up. He swore that if this exchange system was a shop in the real world, he would definitely go there and rob it. Lin Feng let out a long sigh. He exited the exchange system and went to the lottery system. There was only one chance left. Lin Feng chose the lottery system without hesitation. His target was the Heaven Spirit replenishing pill. The lottery system had 4 types of lottery sticks. If he drew a red lot, he would be able to obtain the item he wanted from the exchange system. Even if the item's original price was in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of points, he would still be able to obtain it. Lin Feng wanted to gamble on the red lot and obtain the Heaven Spirit replenishing pill. However, Lin Feng had to spend some time thinking about what he should use as collateral. After carefully inspecting his current wealth, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. Those Buddhist sariras? That doesn't seem appropriate. I feel that they can be used in a way that other treasures can't. Profound raven jade carving? This thing contains the principles of dark magic. It still has some use, but it's not as precious as the Heaven Spirit replenishing pill. Using it as collateral, the chances of drawing a red lot are probably very low. The wind and lightning seal is the same. The Wasteland Element 9 Refinements God Lightning Net, Universe Mirror and Bronze Void Cauldron. These 3 great Yuanying stage magic tools have already been bestowed by Lin Feng to Xiao Yan and the rest. Lin Feng also has no plans of taking them back. That's right, I almost forgot. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng patted his head and took out an ink brush. This ink brush is precisely the life-bound magic tool of the head manager of the House of the Marquis of Xuanji, Mr. Zhang Hai, the Spring and Autumn Brush. Back when Zhang Hai had been captured by Lin Feng's small world, he had almost been reduced to dust by Lin Feng's heaven and earth extinction technique. Fortunately, Mei Wulong had appeared in time to plead for his life, and Lin Feng had spared his life. But this spring and autumn brush, Lin Feng straightforwardly took it. The spring and autumn brush is Zhang Hai's life-bound magic tool. Combined with the divine ability Celestial Talisman he cultivates, it can unleash extremely powerful battle strength in the battle of the wasteland outside Sand Continent City. Even though Zhu Yi was able to contend with him, but as the battle drags on, Zhang Hai will gain the upper hand. In the Battle of the Wasteland, Zhu Yi, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Budian fought against 3 great Yuanying stage cultivators. In reality, it was Zhu Yi who was under the most pressure and had the least chance of winning. In the past, 2 Yuanying stage elders of the Great Thunder Temple died at Zhang Hai's hands. It can be seen just how powerful this person's divine ability is. But for Lin Feng, this spring and autumn brush is of little value. It doesn't fit with any of the Tao techniques or divine abilities that he cultivates. Right now, using it as collateral for drawing lots is perfect. Lin Feng immediately staked the spring and autumn brush. He stared at the lot pot in the air of the lottery system. Very quickly, 30 lots appeared on top of the lot pot. 6 red lots. Lin Feng immediately confirmed this and breathed a sigh of relief. The highest probability of a red lot appearing was 6. With a 20% probability, he couldn't ask for more. In addition to the 6 red lots, there were a total of 15 long white lots that randomly drew items. There were 6 long white lots that returned the mortgage chips and wasted a lucky draw chance. There were 3 short white lots that returned empty-handed. Lin Feng breathed a huge sigh of relief. using a yuanning stage magic tool as collateral was indeed very powerful. Relatively speaking, the number of red and long white lots that would result in a better result reached 21. A 70% probability was already very high. Lin Feng still remembered the first time he drew lots. There were only 3 red lots and 9 long white lots, which was only a 40% probability. Start drawing the lots. Lin Feng gave the order. The 30 lots fell into the lot pot and spun rapidly in the pot. After a while, they stopped, and all the lots were placed in the pot silently. The exposed parts of the lots were exactly the same. There was no difference in appearance. Lin Feng didn't waste any time. He just tried his luck and randomly picked one. When the lot floated out of the pot, Lin Feng instantly wailed, F***CK. It was white. A smile that was uglier than crying appeared on Lin Feng's face. Did I really lose all my luck in the past few draws that went well every time? He looked at the lot and smiled bitterly. At least he was somewhat comforted by the fact that he had drawn a long white lot. Although the system said that the long white lot would randomly select items to exchange for collateral based on his previous experience, the random items wouldn't be too bad. In fact, there might even be some good items. For example, Lin Feng's first sect construction token was obtained by drawing a long white lot. That's the only way I can comfort myself now. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. He watched as the long white lot flashed 3 times in the air before turning into a white light and landing in front of him. When the white light dissipated, it was a box. Lin Feng blinked his eyes. After opening the box, there was nothing inside. At that moment, a system notification rang in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng was stunned when he heard it, and then he laughed out loud. What's the old saying again? When God closes a door for you, a window will definitely open. Haha, Heaven Spirit Supplement Pill. Here I come. Chapter 228. The lottery system drew out a long white lot. Lin Feng's heart had already turned cold. Who knew that the long white lot would give out a random item, a chest? After opening the chest, a system notification rang in Lin Feng's ears. Congratulations, host! You've received a big gift bag of exchange points. Lin Feng was stunned. Then he broke into a smile. What's the old saying? When God closes a door for you, a window will definitely open. You can't run away from what belongs to me. After laughing, Lin Feng calmed down. Wait, don't be too happy. It's a big gift bag, but who knows how many exchange points it will give. If it's only 800 or 1,000 points, then I'll be happy for nothing. This was not impossible. When he opened the newbie gift bag, he only got 300 exchange points. It was extremely shabby. Lin Feng entered the exchange system uneasily. He carefully looked at his current exchange points and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. This big gift bag directly gave 10,000 exchange points. After a while, Lin Feng came back to his senses. He laughed loudly. I'm rich now. I've gone from subsistence to well off overnight. Heaven Spirit Replenishing Pill. I'm coming. Ignoring everything else, Lin Feng directly took the Heaven Spirit Replenishing Pill. The 8,000 exchange points instantly disappeared. Even though his wealth was rapidly shrinking, the pleasure of spending money like this still made Lin Feng feel very good. The key was that he had been too poor previously. He had carefully calculated and spent 800 exchange points, but he could only look at items that were worth a few thousand points and drool. He really did not dare to look at items that were worth more than 10,000 exchange points. He was afraid that his heart would ache. Lin Feng squeezed the Heaven Spirit Replenishing Pill in his hand. He carefully looked at it. This pill was the size of a baby's fist. It was completely translucent and snow white. There was a faint black color in the center of the pill. This black core would appear and disappear from time to time. It was as if there was a hole that was constantly being repaired. The most amazing thing was that when Lin Feng's mind communicated with this pill, he could actually faintly feel some emotional fluctuations, as if it was a life with its own happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. The biggest difference between magic treasures and magic tools is that magic treasures will produce their own weapon spirits and have their own consciousness. Lin Feng thought in his heart, "Now, it seems that there is a big difference between high-grade pills and low-grade pills. High-grade pills are the same as magic treasures. They will develop their own consciousness and gradually form a pill's spirit." Lin Feng carefully observed the Heaven Spirit Repair pill and felt the waves of medicinal power within it. He found that although the Heaven Spirit Repair pill already had signs of life, it was not like the hexagonal sword, which truly had a complete and clear self-awareness and memories. He brought the Heaven Spirit Replenishing Elixir to Sky Gold Pavilion and used the Silver 8 trigrams to derive the elixir recipe of the Heaven Spirit Replenishing Elixir. The derivation this time took longer than the derivation of the Supreme Elixir, but soon the recipe for the Heaven Spirit Repair pill appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the recipe and had an idea in his heart. Although the refining process is difficult, with the help of the Heavenly Gold Pavilion and the outer core furnace, it should be able to overcome the difficulties. However, it seems that the required medicinal ingredients are not available on Yujing Mountain. Lin Feng left the Heavenly Gold Pavilion and came to the valley where the medicinal field was. As soon as he arrived, Lin Feng's heart stirred slightly. Landing on the peak of the mountain, Lin Feng looked down into the valley and saw a young man in purple squatting there, skillfully pruning a spirit flower. This kind of pruning could make the spirit flower more vigorous and more conducive to its flowering. Lin Feng nodded slightly. The system once mentioned that Yang Qing is quite talented in the cultivation of spirit herbs and medicine. Now it seems that it's not just talent. He is also very passionate about this path and has an extraordinary hobby. Yang Qing had a smile on his face. His movements were gentle and smooth, full of an artistic sense of rhythm. In Lin Feng's impression, Yang Qing was always gentle and humble with some restraint and inferiority complex. It was rare to see him do something so relaxed and confident. After pruning the spirit flower, Yang Qing stood up, a relaxed smile on his face. However, this smile disappeared in a flash. His expression became a little startled and sad. Although his gaze was across the valley, he still looked into the distance. In his sad mood, Lin Feng acutely captured some anger, doubt, and manic emotions. Is he thinking about the water cloud cave that was inexplicably destroyed? Lin Feng did not mind that Yang Qing missed his old sect. A person who valued relationships was much better than an ingrate. Yang Qing was in a daze for a while. He lowered his head to look at the spirit flowers and spirit herbs in front of him. Suddenly, he lost interest and even felt a little guilty and remorseful. He walked to the side and sat cross-legged. He began to meditate and cultivate attentively. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He came to Yang Qing's side and said, "Having determination is a good thing, but forcibly suppressing one's nature will only yield half the results with twice the effort." Yang Qing was startled. He hurriedly stood up and bowed to Lin Feng. "Mas, Master." Lin Feng waved his hand, indicating for him to sit down. At the same time, he also sat cross-legged on the ground. He said slowly, "You have a relaxed nature and love nature. Although you are a little lazy, it may be the most suitable path for you." Yang Qing pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "I know that my strength is low. Being accepted as a personal disciple by Master, I am very scared. Therefore, I want to work hard and not let Master down." He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice even further. The water cloud cave was destroyed. I was very sad and angry, but I didn't even know who the enemy was. I didn't know what to do, but I thought that increasing my strength shouldn't go wrong. Lin Feng faintly smiled. Everyone has their own path to walk. There's a path that suits them. There's nothing wrong with trying to make changes, but if it's completely contrary to one's nature, this kind of change often won't have any good results. Yang Qing smiled embarrassedly. Third senior brother is so strong even though he has not built his spirit platform. But he is still not satisfied. Instead, he works even harder. Seeing that third senior brother is working so hard, I can't help but want to learn from him. Lin Feng grinned. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. The third senior brother that Yang Qing mentioned was naturally Wang Lin. Is it that everyone is more easily attracted to what others have and what they lack? Lin Feng's imagination ran wild. If he really had to say, Wang Lin and Yang Qing were simply two extremes, not only in terms of talent and potential, but even in terms of character. They stood on the opposite side. Lin Feng said, lightly, just now, I said that everyone has their own path. It is good to learn from the strengths of others, but you also have to combine it with your own actual situation. You are indifferent and yearn for nature. Blindly cultivating is not suitable for you. Get closer to nature and understand the principles and concepts within. It will be more enlightening for your cultivation. Yang Qing nodded vigorously. Disciple will follow master's teachings. Lin Feng looked at the medicinal field in front of him and said with a smile, from today onwards, you will take care of this place. Are you willing? Yang Qing was stunned. Me? You don't have to worry that this will delay your cultivation of Tao. Lin Feng looked at Yang Qing and said slowly, you will be accompanied by hundreds of herbs here. The speed of your improvement in Tao will be faster than if you just bury yourself in cultivation. Why wouldn't I be willing? Yang Qing shook her head and said, Disciple will definitely follow master's orders. I am just afraid that I will not do well and waste such a good medicinal field. Lin Feng shook his head and said with a smile, there is your eldest senior brother's heavenly lucky doll here to fertilize the soil, coupled with your own lunar true water irrigation. As long as you do not mess around, it will not be wasted. Yang Qing immediately said, Disciple obeys. I will definitely do my best and not let master down. Relax, it is not as serious as you think. Lin Feng smiled and pointed with his finger. A purple aura landed in front of Yang Qing. The purple aura dissipated, and a scarlet silk appeared in front of Yang Qing. This item is called the Devil-Destroying Vermilion Silk. It is an artifact of the Golden Elixir period. However, it cannot be used in battle and has no effect against external enemies. Lin Feng said lightly, however, this treasure has a miraculous effect on people's inner demons and evil thoughts. Master will give it to you now. Hearing this, Yang Qing happily accepted the devil-destroying vermilion silk. She did not feel disgusted or dissatisfied because this artifact could not be used in battle. Instead, she smiled and said, Thank you, Master. Lin Feng smiled slightly, and his evaluation of Yang Qing was a little higher. It was not because he knew how to be grateful, not greedy, and not biting off more than he could chew. It was because Yang Qing had obviously realized that the biggest problem in his cultivation was that his will was not firm enough, and it was easy to cause inner demons and evil thoughts. To be able to clearly understand one's strengths and weaknesses and admit it calmly and seek a way to correct it was easy to say, but in fact, many people could not do this. Lin Feng sent a message to Yu Hongyan asking her to come here. After a while, Yu Hongyan rushed to the medicinal valley. She still had long flame-like hair, but her original red clothes had now been replaced with purple clothes. After officially becoming Lin Feng's disciple, Yu Hongyan and Yang Qing also changed into clothes similar to Xiao Yan's. In addition to Yu Hongyan, Zhu Yi and Tiny Tot also came together. After they saluted and greeted Lin Feng together, Lin Feng did not pay attention to Zhu Yi and Tiny Tot, but looked at Yu Hongyan and said with a smile, "As long as it is a personal disciple of Master, when they reach the Foundation establishment stage, Master will give them a golden elixir period artifact. This one is specially prepared for you." Lin Feng flicked his finger, and a purple aura carried a soft armor and floated in front of Yu Hongyan. The soft armor was weaved with pieces of jade, and its color was crystal clear. It was the golden elixir period powerful defensive artifact that Lin Feng had previously obtained from the lottery, the ancient jade armor. From the outside, it looked as fragile as a piece of paper, like a decorative shelf, but in fact, its defense was extremely strong. There were only a few artifacts in the golden elixir period. As for Yu Hongyan, whether he was a technical or a head-on attacker, his overall style was bold, unstoppable, and unbelievably ferocious. Her fighting style was extremely fierce. The more fierce the enemy was, the more fierce she was. She would fight attack with attack and never retreat. But on the other hand, such a fighting style seriously did not protect herself. One careless move would cause both sides to suffer, and the result would be mutual destruction. Lin Feng did not intend to correct her style, so he started from the aspect of strengthening her weakness. He gave her the ancient jade armor to improve her defense. In the future, when she fought head-on with others, even if the opponent wanted to exchange blood with her, she would not be at a disadvantage. Obviously, Yu Hongyan also knew her own weakness. Her face was slightly red, and she happily accepted the ancient jade armor. At this time, Lin Feng turned to look at Zhu Yi and Tiny Tot and said with a smile, "What's wrong?" Zhu Yi bowed and answered, "Master, I was just explaining Tao techniques to the new disciples, and I found a problem. Our sect's 8 trigrams universal great way is too profound, and the new disciples are basically unable to understand the mystery within." Chapter 229. Zhu Yi bowed to Lin Feng and said, "Master, I just explained Tao to the new disciples and found a problem. Our sect's 8 trigrams great way scripture is too profound. The new disciples who don't have a foundation in Tao are basically unable to comprehend its mysteries." Lin Feng faintly smiled. He had already expected this. Years ago, when his cultivation reached the 12th level of Qi disciple, he combined 8 types of Tao and used the system to create the 8 trigrams Great Way scripture. It was originally for him to build his foundation. Later on, Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the others also waited until they reached the peak of Qi disciple before they started to cultivate the 8 trigrams Great Way scripture. Lin Feng's explanation at the time was that his sect's Tao could only be considered to have started when they reached the foundation stage. Of course, when Xiao Yan and the others entered the sect, the 8 trigrams Great Way scripture had yet to be created. But objectively speaking, the 8 trigrams Great Way scripture was indeed a bit profound for Qi disciple cultivators. Especially for mortals who had no foundation in Qi disciple, it was not impossible to cultivate the Tao, but it was more difficult and would feel more difficult. It had a high requirement for perception, understanding, and comprehension. So there was only one person who could cultivate it before reaching the peak of Qi disciple, and that was Lin Feng's 3rd disciple, Wang Lin. But who was Wang Lin? Although his foundation was trash, he was a freak with a heaven-defying perception. With regards to this aspect, Lin Feng already had a solution. After all, a sect needed the most basic Tao for new disciples who had no foundation to cultivate. But he didn't say it right away. He wanted to see Zhu Yi's response. In your opinion, how should the problem be solved? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Zhu Yi raised his head to look at his master and thought to himself, looks like master has already made arrangements and is testing me. He already had a plan in mind, so he didn't panic. He calmly replied, I have thought of 2 ways to deal with this situation. Please advise me, master. Firstly, just like how master taught us back then, teach in accordance with their aptitude. First, choose different basic Tao techniques that are suitable for them and lead them in. When the time is ripe, then teach them the 8 trigrams universal great Tao scripture. Secondly, after simplifying the 8 trigrams great way scripture of the heavens, we will obtain a simplified version for the new disciples to practice. Once they have a foundation, we will teach them the complete version of the 8 trigrams great way scripture of the heavens. Zhu Yi paused for a moment and said softly, I've been organizing the teaching materials recently, and I've made some arrangements for the simplification of the 8 trigrams of the great way of the heavens. Master, please take a look. Lin Feng smiled. Little Yi, you are very good. You really put in a lot of effort. Not only was he diligent in teaching the new disciples, but Zhu Yi had also put in a lot of effort in the cultivation of Tao techniques. Refining and simplifying a Tao technique to get a simplified version was not something that could be done by just deleting and changing. It was a very difficult thing to not distort the original essence and mystery of the Tao technique. One must have a deep understanding of the Tao technique to be able to do it. Yang Qing and Yu Hongyan looked at Zhu Yi with admiration in their eyes. After they became Lin Feng's disciples, they also had to teach the 8 trigrams universal great way scripture and transform their mana foundation into Tao scripture mana. The more they cultivated, the more they felt the subtlety and mystery of the 8 trigrams universal great way scripture. There were always endless principles waiting for them to explore. Zhu Yi was able to modify the original Tao technique foundation, which made Yu Hongyan and Yang Qing admire him. Lin Feng smiled. The first method is not feasible. That day, when I was dealing with you, I wanted you to give full play to your natural strengths and nurture your own unique understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth. But the situation of these disciples is very different from you. Lin Feng did not hide it. The gap in talent between them and you is very big, so it is not suitable for them to walk the same path as you. Xiao Budian smiled and did not speak. Zhu Yi also looked as usual. They were not arrogant and complacent, but they would not belittle themselves. Lin Feng continued, so of the 2 methods you mentioned, the second one is more feasible. Zhu Yi nodded and presented the simplified version of the Tao scripture that he had figured out to Lin Feng to have a look. After Lin Feng looked at it, he did not speak. Instead, he was a little distracted. It is already very good, but if Wang Lin reaches the golden elixir period and thoroughly understands the 8 trigrams universal great way scripture, he who has a full understanding of the 8 trigrams universal great way scripture will get a better simplified version of the Tao scripture. Of course, Lin Feng could not say this in front of Zhu Yi. He smiled slightly. Very good, but there are some places that can be better. As he spoke, he made some changes to Zhu Yi's simplified version of the Tao scripture, all of which pointed out the flaws in the Tao technique. Lin Feng himself was the creator of the 8 trigrams universal great way scripture. At this moment, he who had already formed Yuanying could already be said to have a perfect understanding of this Tao technique. Previously, he himself had already simplified the Tao scripture so that new disciples who had no foundation could cultivate it. At this moment, comparing it with Zhu Yi's version, he could naturally modify the parts that were not perfect. Zhu Yi obtained Lin Feng's modified version, and after looking at it, he immediately gasped in admiration. Xiao Budian looked at it from the side, and also smiled. Master is master. Lin Feng patted his little head. and scolded with a smile, "What else do you think?" Xiao Budian shrunk his head and laughed. Zhu Yi continued, "Although it is a simplified version of the 8 trigrams Universal Great Way scripture, it is already a brand new Tao technique. Master, please name it." Xiao Budian smiled. "Since it is a simplified version, then let's call it the 8 trigrams Universal Great Way scripture." Yu Hongyan and Yang Qing listened from the side, and both smiled. Zhu Yi was stunned, and also shook his head and laughed. Lin Feng glanced at Zhu Yi and suddenly had a mischievous thought. He coughed dryly. "Speaking of which, this Tao technique can also be considered the crystallization of Xiaoyi's efforts. It is the collection, arrangement, and interpretation of our Sect's 8 trigrams Universal Great Way scripture." Aha! So this new Tao technique will be called Zhu Zi's 8 trigrams Universal Great Way scripture. For short, Zhu Zi's Universal Great Way scripture. Lin Feng said in his heart, "Elder Zhu Zi, I think you won't mind if I tease you a little." "So what if I mind? If you have the ability, climb out of your grave and hit me. I'm in another world." When Zhu Yi heard Lin Feng's words, his expression immediately changed. He became incomparably solemn and even carried a bit of divine radiance. Z is the great wisdom, benevolence, courage, and merit of the ancient 100 schools of thought. That's why you can add the word Z behind your surname. He said slowly, "Disciple doesn't have this qualification now, but I will definitely work hard in this direction. One day, I will truly be able to bear this title, and I will definitely not disappoint Master." When Xiao Budian and the others heard this, they all knew that this was Zhu Yi's great wish, and they were extremely serious. Xiao Budian stopped laughing and patted Zhu Yi's shoulder. "Second senior brother, you can do it." Yu Hongyan and Yang Qing also wished Zhu Yi well. On the other hand, Lin Feng grinned at the side, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. God, I really didn't mean that. Whether he meant that or not, Zhu Yi was now completely in the zone. He said seriously, "I have something to report to Master. A gentleman should reflect on himself 3 times a day. After careful consideration, I have summarized 8 principles to encourage myself." Zhu Yi said very seriously, "Disciple calls them the 8 commandments and intends to use them as the standard for daily behavior. Master, please correct disciple." "Very good. You—" Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. The corner of his mouth began to twitch uncontrollably, and his eyes stared straight at Zhu Yi. "What did you say just now? How many commandments?" Zhu Yi blinked his eyes. "The 8 commandments. The 8 commandments. The 8 commandments." Xiao Budian asked curiously, "Second senior brother, what are the 8 commandments?" Zhu Yi cleared his throat. "The first is to constantly strive to improve oneself and be virtuous. The second is to be intelligent and cautious and take precautions. The third is to be fearless of the strong and not to bully the weak. The fourth is to be poor and not to lose righteousness and not to deviate from the way. The fifth is to be courageous and diligent and to reflect 3 times a day. The sixth is to do things smoothly and smoothly. The seventh is to respect the elders and protect the young. The eighth is to be beneficial to all things and to be in harmony with righteousness." Ha! Xiao Budian blinked his big black eyes and said blankly, "I don't understand." Yu Hongyan on the side looked ashamed and whispered, "I don't understand the 4th, 6th, and 8th. Yang Qing thought for a moment and said, "The poor is not to lose righteousness and not to deviate from the way. It should be to say that one does not lose his benevolence and righteousness when he is poor, and not to deviate from the right way when he is rich. The 4th is to be smooth and smoothly. It should be to say that one can distinguish right from wrong, value friendship, and cherish oneself. Only in this way can one be successful in every endeavor. The fourth is to be beneficial to all things and to be in harmony with righteousness. The scholar's benefit is not the benefit of benefit, but the benefit of benefit. A gentleman is beneficial to all things, and he can be in harmony with righteousness. Zhu Yi smiled and nodded. What fifth junior brother said is the principle of my generation. Vitality, enjoyment, benefit, and chastity are the four virtues of a gentleman. To educate the world, let the common people benefit, win survival, and then teach righteousness. This is the foundation. Xiao Badian said with a smile. Although I don't understand it very well, it sounds very powerful. Second senior brother, your 8 commandments can also be called the 8 commandments of Zhu Zi, right? Zhu Yi smiled and said, I don't dare to say that. It's just that I used the principle from the province. They were chatting in full swing, and they didn't notice that Lin Feng next to them was already in a mess. 8 commandments. Second senior brother, looking at Zhu Yi, who was dressed in purple and dressed like a scholar, Lin Feng couldn't help but imagine a picture and replace Zhu Yi's head with stop. Stop. The picture was too beautiful, and he really couldn't think about it anymore. Little E, I've suddenly thought of something. Let's name that Tao art as notes to the 8 trigrams Taoist canon of E. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched, and he coughed dryly. Your 8 commandments can also be called the 8 commandments of E. Zhu Yi looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng straightened his expression and said, Your mother gave you the word E in the past. It has the meaning of revolutionizing the world and changing the universe. You must not let her down. At the mention of Meng Bingyun, Zhu Yi's expression immediately turned solemn. I will listen to Master. Disciple will remember your teachings and not let Mother and Master down. That's good, that's good. Lin Feng secretly wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. After sending off Zhu Yi and the others, Lin Feng entered a small heavenly world he had created with his magic power. There, the little Taotai Tunten was already so anxious that it was about to go berserk. On the Cellerita's sword-sex cloud traversing peak, Murong Yenran was currently sitting in her cave dwelling in a daze. Taoist Tong Ling looked at her and sighed. After she just found out about Xiao Yan's current realm and strength, she was also the same as her. After hesitating for a moment, Taoist Tong Ling gritted his teeth and said, Actually, there's still a way to solve it. Murong Yenran's eyes suddenly lit up, and she hurriedly grabbed the corner of Taoist Tong Ling's clothes. Master, what way?